So our mics are gonna go live and they're gonna
They'll
stay
gi-
live.
they'll give us a Deal will give us a countdown.
Okay.
I'll be the one to tee it off if it
Okay.
helps you a bit. We are gonna take a break. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast. Bracket stages are officially here. My name is Kyon. I am joined for your first time here. Exactly,
Yes,
it's
for the first
Helix.
time,
Helix, you've been around the comp scene for a while. How are you doing?
I have been. I am now a little. I'm part-time now, but I am so excited to be here, and I've never commentated before, so hopefully you guys can bear with me. And I really, I've always liked the idea of commentating, so I'm excited about that.
Well, you get to deal with me for the next couple of rounds. I think that's the best way to phrase it here. Obviously, I've been around for quite some time, so this is going to be a big dissonance for both of us.
Yeah.
We have entered Top Cut. We finished both of our group stage. We finished both of our waves. Coming into this one. So we now got the two teams. Actually, one of them we just saw on stream just a few moments ago, being Golden Octos and Usagi Supremacy. Coming up here, as you see from our map list, best of 5. We had best of 3. Now we're at best of 5 territory coming up here. I mean, Helix. First of all, your first time here, though. Even though we got the you got the teams up here. First time on the mic. Now, you from what we've literally talked about before we went live, you have been a backline person, and then you were stuck with all the weapons that I think everybody will want to flame you for even playing it, right?
That is correct. I have played Pencil. I have played Splash. I have played Squeezer. Let's see if we see any of those weapons coming out from Usagi or Golden. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's really a play style that is necessary, unfortunately.
Unfortunately is correct. If you see the temperature that everybody talks about with any weapons being thrown out here, you're gonna be getting flame wars across Blue Sky and all the associated social medias here. Teams are about to be loading right in as we get things started. As we do get our introductions here, Golden Autos, which I've seen the team name before, and I've seen like 30 different iterations. We do know it has Noodles, Crow, NATO, who I'll be jabbing it up with spoilers later today, and Coffee, Kite, Beam, and Sovless, and Parfait. Prism is going to be the team lineup here for Usagi Supremacy, to say the least. Helix, Helix, you have probably, maybe sparingly, played this map coming up here, which is the Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones map, which
Yes.
I think a lot of people, I have always considered this as probably one of the more common Splat Zones maps, I think, across most tournaments, and I think you would probably agree with the same.
Absolutely. It's a very space-oriented map, but it's also a very flat map, so I'm really curious if we're going to see weapons that lean into that flat infrastructure and architecture of the map. And yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a lot of shooters, if we're going to see a lot of heavy paint, if we're going to see a decav maybe from one of the flexes. But yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a good game one.
I'm hoping that we get a fantastic game one here. Of course, I know me sitting in the spectator seat, and of course you sitting as player. We want to see game 5s. You just want to get this set done with and move on to the next round for sure. As we're about to load in here, first round of Top Cut now underway. Golden Octos is going to be on the gold color side, blue color side. Usagi Supremacy. I take a look at the weapons right away. Dueling Dynamos. Of course, the recent patch has basically buffed Dynamo to a lot of degrees here. That's been the main cooler option. Anything else that kind of strikes out to you as well, Helix?
Absolutely. The Dynamo is super good after the update, and it is no surprise to me, Kyon, how I see so many Dynamos, and we are now going 3 down on the side of Usagi with a wonderful opening from Golden.
Yeah, Golden Octos with a fantastic opening to start. Now they are about to push everybody out from Usagi. Remember, stuck to this lockout position, so to speak. I see the Booyah Bomb has been used. They do have that bubble that is readily available here, but it looks like they're going to wait a bit just for the right time to use it. Excuse me. Several members, by the way, down health-wise, down to the halfway marker. They're having to protect themselves so far here. Helix about 47 points past the halfway marker, and Golden Octos is still rolling.
Yes, I see that there's a little bit of a stagger here, but they're kind of trading staggers, and I'm wondering how Usagi's going to get in. They are now 3 down, and oh my goodness, it is a wipeout.
Yeah, sudden wipeout there, and now Golden Octos is just running with this one with full commandment. I think
So
this could just be the only 100-0 we're going to see here in round 1, and specials are going to be dished out here. The Ink Storm is going to be last ditch, but that's not going to be enough.
Okay.
Talk about you said a good round 1. I think our wishes got a little quickly dashed. Convincing round 1 start here from Golden Octos as they get the 100-0.
Yeah, that's a very strong opening from Golden Octos, and very aggressive. And it was really huge that they got the 2 picks at the beginning, and I'm really curious if we're going to see some counter picks from the next map mode.
Which don't worry, we'll get the counter picks eventually down the line. And I think the other way to see it there is they just didn't look back as well, because you're about to comment there, the Dynamo getting so much attention, but I think the entire team as a whole kind of just knew how to blitz Usagi Supremacy right away there in that first map. So great start for them, and for Usagi Supremacy, just gotta wash it off here. Just move on to the next one here. As Inkblot TC, a tale as old as time for every tower control map, is making its way.
Ever since the beginning of Splatoon 2, it has been a map that we've seen again and again in every map list. It is, oh my goodness, it is such a common familiar, especially for players that have played more Splatoon 2 than Splatoon 3, which happened to be me. It is a very comforting, perhaps a guilty pleasure map. And I'm really back to counter picks. I was really wondering if we would see like changes in comps to counter, is what I was saying. And I think my prediction is that I'm going to be seeing the Dynamo on both sides again. I don't know. There are a lot of walls here. There's a lot of space. Oh my God. That's tough.
When did Kirby and Waldy all of a sudden get their salmon friends here? And why is there a random penguin? You know what? That penguin is just here saying, you know what? I'm part of the Nintendo franchise the entire time. Watch as the entire chat just starts roasting me the entire way through. It's like, no, this penguin's from a Nintendo game, Kyon. You know that for certain. I love the close-ups here. I know that we have a tournament basically underway here, as we're about to see how this is all gonna play out. Out here. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. Don't mind me. Brain is still waking up. I mean, the energy even down there for as many people as there are here in San Jose is just incredible. And everybody's right now just also going through some of their rounds here in Top Cut, Helix, and it kind of feels like being here. It feels a lot different than playing back online.
Yeah, it's absolutely different than online. And to add, I believe this is the first time I've been in this venue for Booyah Bay. I've gone to
Nice.
3 Booyah Bays, but I really like how open this venue is, and I love the just the views, and like it's a lot more open space, and I love how it's like everyone's facing the wall at the screen. Just the new setup is it's super cool to see it in this area instead of the area I believe next door. But yeah, I'm excited to get with the set and army of small fries.
The army of small fries is just there the entire way through Helix, and oh my goodness, and
There it is.
there's the army here. I think one of them's even more decorated than the other. I don't know why they get all the fashion. I can't believe
Humble
any.
army of small fries.
Right. What I was gonna say, don't put the bat back on top of the plushies. That is a criminal. That is criminal, spectator in the audience. Don't you do such a thing. But yeah, no, I agree. I'd love to see how this set progresses. I think I wouldn't be shocked to go to your point earlier while we got distracted by the army of small fries there. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked, to your point, Mirror Dynamos would be back. We saw it earlier from game number 1. And I also saw the different Octo brushes as well. I think one of them had the vanilla. That was Golden Octos. Usagi had a different variant of that Octo brush as well. But what about the Dynamo with this particular map mode kind of strikes out to you as we're about to load in here?
I think I'm going to see a lot of shark. We're going to see a lot of sharking because there's a lot of corners in this map. So let's see what comps we got. We got Golden on, Tempered Dynamo. And we got Usagi with another Dynamo. And I believe that it's, okay, it's still a cooler on each side.
Yeah, that cooler option, they shift that from the Dynamo to the end zone. It's actually interesting that Coffee, as you mentioned, that's going with that Tempered Dynamo, goes in that one. I see you, Spectam. You're showing off that jellyfish there with painting the origami. We'll check back on him later on. But to your point, that's an interesting change there with that Dynamo. I would expect the vanilla Dynamo duel there, but it turns out it is just that temper one with the whale. You shift that cooler responsibility over to the Zap. So I'm wondering to see how this all materializes. Golden Octos, by the way, down to 83 points remaining. They're being swarmed there by Beam, but Beam is struck down by Coffee. Coffee was down to half health and was able to get the pick anyway, and Dynamo's just getting a good feel for each other, but won't be getting much out of it. And Helix at the stance, no first checkpoint yet in the first 45 seconds, just 83 points remaining for Golden Octos.
Now, we saw the Stingray coming out, aka Killer Whale, and as a Stingray enjoyer myself, I'm really excited to see this Dynamo. Not expecting it, but Whale is really good here. Okay, now we're seeing this push getting set up by the team Usagi, and okay, all the specials are coming out. They are in a 4v2. This is looking really promising to go.
Yeah, this is really promising right now. Nato was just trying to find one. Was about to catch one off guard, but it is just going to be the delayed 3. This opens the door actually for Usagi's Supremacy to see if they can break through the treacherous second checkpoint. They get 2 members down already, and it should be that second checkpoint very much cleared. That's going to be big news coming down as they are able to take down more points on the board. Solve is going to have to jump out of that tower down to lower ground, and they are being met by NATO on that entourage, but they are going to go down in the end. And Helix, Golden Octos didn't get the first checkpoint. Usagi gets 2.
Yeah, right now the Usagi Supremacy is really going to have to chill and just wait for a pick. And now that I say that, they have gotten 3 picks. That is amazing, and we are going to see the push slide back into Usagi's side and see if they can get even further than 36 this time.
Yeah, and their option that they just used double Booyah bombs, by the way, as well, which we didn't even get a chance to cover there. They're just swarmed the base of Golden Octos, or the back of Golden Octos rather, with so much of them, and Coffee is going to drop there as well. Still the 2, made that a 3, so as you know, they were trying to play that one patiently, trying to burn all the specials, but they aren't going to get much in the end for an extended
Yeah, we
push.
saw Beam getting the trade.
Yeah, and Beam getting that trade definitely helps. Now 233 down. Golden Octos will be getting that tower reset, and I mean Helix, Golden Octos has a lot of ground to make up at halfway through this map.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see a player power shift where one goes down and there's gonna be more numbers on one side if we're gonna see how Usagi's gonna come back in, or if we're gonna see Golden come back in. We see one going down on the side of Usagi, but it's a trade, and there's 3 down on the side of Usagi, so this is their chance. This is Golden's chance.
Yeah, Golden Octo's best chance they have. Crow was able to get the trade onto Beam. Now let's see if they can capitalize. They did lose the zap from earlier, but they are able to clear the first checkpoint. Now you get to see 2 members we're about to move forward, trying to see if they can keep playing aggressively. The 2v2 situation currently happening for Golden Octos. They are not able to make it to the checkpoint quite yet until now, but they are going to have to drop that Dynamo processor from Coffee as well. Beam is just throwing the Booyah bomb just to zone them out a bit, but they aren't able to get any damage onto Noodles there, and that tower is slowly restaying. Golden Octos do clear the checkpoint. They're going to need to get a little bit more though, Felix.
Yeah, we see Golden is trying to keep the paint up, but at the same time not go too far, but we're really seeing Usagi do the same, and they're really using that vantage point and those angles to their advantage. You see the Zepcaster, but it's countered by Beams. You see the Booyah. Once again, it is a 3v2, and one just respawned because they had cooler, so we're still seeing the tower kind of in the same place for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, the last, and now down to the minute 3-second marker. Now we can see just this all-out brawl that was kind of happening on the side, and so seeing the 2v2, the trades are going to pretty much benefit Usagi's supremacy, especially with where the points land. I want to see if there is a little bit more aggression from Golden Octos here. They are able to get a jump. Crow's gonna have to throw that Booyah bomb on that left-hand side there in Inkblot, and Kite is actually gonna be down in health. They're gonna have to recover, but they are gonna get eliminated in the process. Nato drops to the water, and it's been a little bit tragic taking the swim there at the end. They are gonna be down in a slight man disadvantage there. Noodles and Coffee just has to keep that aggression going. Noodles are able to at least get a trade, but what more can they get out of this one, Helix? That's going to be the ultimate question. Maybe a lot. They might be able to get the second checkpoint.
We're seeing a barrage of bullets, but they are still going. They're clutching the lead. Oh my god.
Well, to the exact point, they gained that lead swap, but they did lose 3 in the end. Now it's Beam's chance to shine. Kite's round right in that tower. They're going to get the jumps in. I mean, Helix, Usagi Supremacy has to now just run it the other way with the 2 checkpoints that they have down.
I mean, Usagi, Golden is on the attacking end, and I'm really wondering if they see a shark, but no! There was a person that rushed straight into the tower. We did not see it on spec cam, but good job. What was it?
That was Usagi.
That was Usagi. Good job, Usagi. Wow.
Yeah.
1-1.
Yeah, well, I did say Usagi. It was Golden Octos.
Oh, it was Golden. So it was Golden. 2-0.
It was 2-0.
Wow.
See, we're still waking up. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's all slowly catching back up to us. It was also a tense finish at the end. The end there, just
so close.
Everything was kind of on a knife's edge, effectively. And I was getting the team mixed up there too, because it was like for a majority of the game, Usagi Supremacy had that lead, and then it just came in with a blitz there. I just wasn't expecting it from Golden Octos right away, and that's where I got the mix-up. I knew I was gonna make that error eventually, and they're gonna be up there. And they're gonna be scoring 2-0, and the next one being the set here, and it's gonna be on Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker coming up.
Something that I am gonna note, something that I did notice about the tower control game is that Usagi was really strong with the barrage at the beginning, and they were keeping a pretty good defense when Golden was really trying to push, but I think that Golden really was just able to weave through the bullets of Usagi and just stay on tower and just get that clutch. The 34, when they had to beat the 36, they were just there right before all going down, and that was really impressive to see from them.
And just Golden Octos being able to wrestle that one back, because you saw that Usagi Supremacy had so many chances to keep that a 1-1 set coming up, but just everything falling apart right at the tail end of it, just with all the fights that are ensuing, kind of mean a lot now. As going into this third map here, as we had a good little awesome shot of the venue from this corner, which is, again, the traffic's just amazing here. Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker. Would you even be surprised to see Dynamo again here in this duel?
I think I'm going to see both Dynamos. This is the Dynamo map, guys. I'm really excited. I love Dynamo. It's so broken. And it should have been broken years ago. Honestly, I think I'm going to see the Stingray one again. And I used to play on specifically this map mode. I would play, back in my day, I would play Vanilla Dynamo with Stingray. And Unk still got it. Lunk still got it. I think we're gonna see the same thing with the Tempered Dynamo, and I think it's gonna be a really snowbally game. So I'm gonna really bet on Usagi's just if they really want to lock in and get this reverse sweep. We are really gonna have to see them taking advantage of these snowbally situations, and we're getting the battle coming up, and let's see how this plays out.
I want to see if Usagi's Ramsey still has a lot of fight. I know that last map right there, especially on site there, it's gonna be a little bit tough to recover from. And if we do get to see Coffee actually reverting back to the vanilla down now, we get almost a full series of weapon swaps here from Usagi's Ramsey there. That's gonna be Selfless, by the way, on that vanilla heavy as well. I think I see Parfait on that Frozen Pro, so you do get a lot of missiles on the board. I'm gonna be curious to see how this is all gonna work out, because yeah, Golden Oxus is just gonna stick with that vanilla Dynamo the entire time and only switch their Junior from the Zap. So that's what I see right away. But I think Golden Oxus is just gonna say, all right, I see your weapon swaps. Forget it. We're gonna get the first checkpoint. That's already delayed 3. Helix, that's the first checkpoint already clear for Golden Octos.
Golden Octos really did get the opening this time, and we're just gonna see how Usagi's gonna have to defend. They got the missiles out. They're stalling the Rainmaker. They have player power, so I think they're gonna push in really hard. And they have that Octobrush. There's an Octobrush on both sides, actually, but they go 2 down in attempt to push the Rainmaker up and get it back to neutral.
There's still plenty of opportunities here to see if they can make that one, able to get that one materialized. As Eagles about to fly right in, they're going to get the 1-for-1 trade there, as they are able to get one of their priority targets on beam, and that is going to be Noodles pushing this Rainmaker up there with Crow trying to be the one to play with that sort of aggression. They are going to get the Rainmaker dropped, though, losing 2. They're going to have to retreat slowly here, and right now that Rainmaker is still stuck at 60 points remaining. They couldn't even get it past the checkpoint to start, and Solus is still just painting for control. I mean, ever since the rapid fire start from Golden Octos, things have kind of slowed down a little bit here from Golden Octos.
Fortunately for Usagi, we saw the Golden Octos Rainmaker die, but we do see a player number difference. They did go 3 down, but luckily I think they had cooler Usagi, so they still didn't push too far. 38 is not too bad. We are seeing a 4v3 right now when the Junior did not have coolers, so let's see if this can be their chance. They're really going to have to lock in.
Locking in is definitely the key there. We did get to see a bit of Kite with that flow, or immediately gets a few more, and there's the second one. There's that one member drops, though. It is just going to be the two members up there. It's not going to lead to much quite yet, because Usagi Supremacy still had to get out of respawn. Golden Octos, by the way, playing this one a little bit more defensively. They are going to have to pick up this Rainmaker here and try to go for a little bit more past neutral, but not able to do that quite yet. This is their best chance. Beam's going to be the one to pick up this Rainmaker. They're going to try to get that first checkpoint here soon. Kite's going to be the one that's looking large, but they are going to get dropped. An Octobrush trade. Beam is pushed back from the Trip Strikes and is absolutely cornered. Exactly what you noticed there, Helix. Usagi's Supremacy still can't get the first checkpoint yet.
Yeah, Usagi's really going to have to reevaluate spontaneously just how to get in, because we're seeing this barrage of bullets, especially with the newly buffed Heavy Splatling. Here we are, NATO doing the shark, and he's going to almost get 2. Tragic death from NATO. But we are still seeing the player number difference, so this is still... I still think that this is Usagi's chance, because they still have mid, it looks like.
They still have a decent control in mid. Kite once again with that flow aura, see if they can take advantage of all the buffs. They get one right there, and it's going to be Kite is going to get shut down by Noodles. Noodles is going to be able to retreat successfully, though, as everybody's just getting out of respawn. Solvless and Beam are going to have to just play that one a little bit defensively. I mean, Helix, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Golden Octos has NATO just trying to run right in with that Zipcaster, see if they can find anybody by surprise, but not able to do so quite yet. But I mean, Helix, Usagi's Supremacy, 1 minute 30 left. This could be 3-0. They don't have their response right now.
Yeah, they really need to collectively push, and it's going to be really tough in this 2v2. It's now a 2v1, and they're really going to have to play carefully, because I know that there's 1 minute and 10 left, but they don't want to be knocked out. they are going to have to deal with NATO somehow. As we see, they get the pick, and then someone else gets another pick, and the push is still active. Someone's got flow stay. I heard that.
The question is who's gonna, I think it could have been NATO for sure. There, NATO is taking a little bit of chip damage here, and so there's gonna be listen, everybody else is just trying to move forward. NATO just picks this one up really quickly here, and it's down to the 2 members that have dropped. Noodles is gonna drop down the lower ground, but it is gonna be that 2v2 situation here. NATO and the rest of Golden Autos are gonna jump right in now. We gotta see if this is a chance here for Usagi's Supremacy to try to keep the Rainmaker alive. NATO has other ideas. They're gonna go 2 down though. Helix, 27 seconds left. Rainmaker reset. Usagi's Supremacy has to just pick this one up. That's their only chance for overtime.
This is their chance. They really need to get 1 pick at a time, just 1 pick at a time, and they can take this back. Just Golden is really, unfortunately, pulling miracles right now with their survivability, and oh my goodness, it is a wipeout. We can call it quits. Unfortunately, I think that we're going to see the 3-0 from Golden. Amazing. We see the hype and good games all around to Usagi and Golden. My very first set commentating. And go next, I suppose. Go next, and good luck Usagi and losers.
Yep. Usagi Supremacy dropping down to losers bracket. We do get to see Golden Octos advancing onto that next round here, winners semifinals, and that was a very I wouldn't say convincing. I might be giving them too much credit with that, especially with that second map. But Golden Autos was just definitely playing on a whole nother level there. And Usagi Supremacy, so many opportunities. I think if you couldn't stop NATO for sure, that was just gonna be the biggest problem.
Yeah, I really do think NATO had a really pronounced level of survivability there in all 3 games, and I think that might have driven them to having very, very demanding pushes that were really, really tough for Usagi to defend through. Also, we have to know that playing at a LAN isn't necessarily the most optimal way of playing. Maybe, perhaps mentally, one of the teams were more locked in than the other. Maybe it was a comp thing. We really don't know, but unfortunately, like, it wasn't necessarily demanding a super convincing 3-0, but nevertheless a 3-0.
Exactly to your point. It's still at the end of the day a 3-0 there as they started off with an amazing start there in that first set that we got to saw. And of course you made the comment there. How did it feel casting that first set here? So I think we're about to get our first actually I'll ask you that question, Helix, right after the break, because we're going to give you guys something really special here. We're going to pull one of the members from Golden Autos. You're going to need to hop in on the mic. You can pick one of those up here. Take a chair. Take a chair.
Take a
here.
headset.
We gotta give you a headset. We'll need to hold on to that question there, Helix, as I think I know who you are. Of course, we had to talk. Spoilers for later. But we got to get through the theatrics. First of all, who are you? And I'm assuming you're from Golden Octos.
Yeah, I'm NATO from Golden Octos. I'm the Octobrush player.
You're the Octobrush player. So Helix and I got to saw a lot of vantage points. But I want to start off this post game interview here real quick. That was a very convincing 3-0. Where you guys how did you guys really approach this set entirely?
Yeah, so kind of going into it, as soon as we saw the reveal on first, we knew we were running pretty similar comps, right? Like we have one support shooter, and then we have the Stamper, we have the Dynamo, and then some Octobrush or maybe another aggressive weapon. So really, we were all trying to play for like what are the weaknesses that we know in our own comp, but use it against the opponents. And we try to run like kind of snowbally as well. So like as soon as we start getting 1 or 2 picks, we immediately just like push forward, and it doesn't matter who. Like all members of the team will do so.
Exactly. And that second map, I want to go over that second map. The 34-36 scoreline. You guys had to clutch it in the last 20 seconds. How were you guys feeling after that?
Yeah, we were feeling amazing. I think at that point we had a lot of momentum because the entire set, that entire match, we were kind of getting our rears handed to us, and then finally we were like, we need to get control of the plat and we need to get control of the bats up and top. And then we were just like, we're just going to try to cheese with 2 people on tower to just get the lead, and then we're just going to charge GG Booyah at the end. So that got a lot of momentum.
I have a question for you just about that. How were you feeling when you were on the plat, rolling on the plat, surviving a trillion bullets. What was going through your mind? Were you just numb? Was it just like just lock in? Were you non-verbal? Like, were you hyped?
I tend to be extremely verbal. You can kind of hear me yelling from the audience when it happens. Mainly, I'm yelling like I'm flanking them or I'm like trying to get behind them, so my team knows they're at least I'm drawing attention away from them. So even if I can't get any picks, then the team is fast enough to go like, oh, NATO's on this side. I'm going to pull the Dynamo or the Stamper over here, and they're just going to put on a lot of pressure. And that's sort of what happened. How we converted the checkpoint and just managed to cheese out the lead. But that was a really tight game.
I got one last question here because we got to get you guys over to your next set eventually. How's it feel to be out here in Booyah Bay, especially with a much larger venue this time around? How's the experience?
It's amazing. I'm from Seattle, so generally I go to the Sea Battle up there, and every single time I come down here, I think this is my third or fourth time down here, it's been really nice to be in the gaming room, but this is a completely different experience, right? There's so much more room. There's like an entire audience you can set up and just sit and watch. This is an amazing venue, so thank you to the Guild House for letting us stay here, because this is fantastic.
Yeah, this has been awesome here. One last question, or you think you got it?
I think I got it. Good job.
All right.
Good
Yeah,
job.
great job out there. Congratulations on the 3-0 over to Osaka Supremacy. Now we gotta get
Yeah,
now you gotta
sounds
get ready.
good. Yeah, I gotta run down. Thank you.
And I'll see you later. And I'll see you later on later today. So
yeah, got some commentary maybe coming from me. We'll see.
We'll hear from you soon. All right, get going. Get going. Thank you.
Fun.
Have fun. And before we cut the break, real quickly, Helix, how did it feel commenting your first set in general?
You know, it went really smoothly, and there's stutters here and there, but that's natural. That's just performance anxiety. Everyone has that, and it's all right. And I don't know. Unk still got it. Still got it.
You got one more set with me, and I know the feeling, especially when I did my first SOS for IPL. But folks, Helix is awesome. There you go. The Unk still definitely got it. We appreciate you there out there in production side. But folks, we are going to be setting up for the next round here in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for winter semifinals coming up here in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, from the slightly longer break. I'm still Kyung. We still nabbed Helix from the main lobby here for this second set coming up here. This is. I'm still left with the team name. Give me a minute here. It's Dave's Hotties versus UCSD Esports Gold. I happen to have some of the history with both these teams. I'm going to go with Dave's Hotties. You know one of the players there, Kanan, who I believe may... you lost him, you said, in SoCal, did you?
Yes, I went to the first SoCal, and Kanan kicked our knees in. So I'm going to be having my eyes on Kanan, expecting those plays.
All eyes on Kanan just for you. They have a roster, which, by the way, the reason why I was kind of cackling when I saw this matchup is it's going to be... it has Goldchild, Zeal, and Blaster. Goldchild, Zeal... Goldchild and I believe Blaster, I could be corrected here. The UCSD folks will correct me. They used to graduate from UCSD, and they're up against the group that they literally used to play for.
Oh, wow.
The power of graduation is very compelling. And they got Nerdy Adam, Uame, and I believe these might be the two newer guys coming in for this particular
oh my gosh.
year. It's
They're talking to each
Darkrai
other.
and Lob. Yeah, this is kind of a comical matchup. I am not gonna lie entirely.
They're actually talking to each other like friends, and that's so funny because it's like, yeah, I believe I've seen a couple of them wearing those uniforms before from the other side. That's gonna be so funny. It's always great facing like former teammates in tournaments. It's like such a silly rivalry, usually at least.
At least in the context of this one, they graduated from the college that they couldn't actually be able. Their eligibility ran out. We will talk about eligibility some other time because we're about to kick off semifinals here in immediate style.
Okay.
We will get to that here in just a few moments. Dave's Hotties going to be the gold team. Blue team is UCC Esports Gold. Take us through, Helix.
Low Kirk Entological EO State. I think this is going to be the craziest match of the land.
I think YouTubers are officially on the menu. Pencils, you have played a pencil once upon a time, and there's a 50 gal. The only team that isn't that there are no mirrors of is, I believe, I gotta be corrected here, is gonna be the L3 versus the Blaster. It's gonna be the S+91. That's what it was. I don't even know what's good. At this point, all the weapons are just crazy. The Dave's Hotties is about to take the lead here. Helix 40 seconds in. We were at a neutral state for quite some time,
Blaster
but now
is
there we go.
brewing everywhere right now, but unfortunately got splatted by Darkrai, and we are really gonna have to see how they're gonna push back in with their Ultra Stance and Booyah Bomb live. The 52 just respawned. The pen is going to have it for any second, but there's one down once again, and oh my goodness, Blaster, screwing on everyone. Oh my gosh. And we got the squid bag. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Blaster, and all that done with the flow aura too.
And flow state.
Yup, everything Blaster did, they just went and did on UCSD Esports Gold. This is almost
Nerdy Adam nerding on everyone.
Kiss. This is almost Chef's Kiss.
Flat.
Nerdy Adam is trying to keep this alive.
Seal got
they
that.
do. They kept it alive. How did UCSD even come back from that?
I don't even know. That was a clutch, Joan. That was a clutch, and unfortunately, I mean, they're going to have to deal with last-ditch effort, and they still got the zone back. Dave's Hotties were really going to have to see. They're going to struggle more because the opposite team now has the last-ditch effort. And lo and behold, now we see the zone flips to the other side.
Yeah, now you got to see, that's Kanan, by the way, who may have been playing a little too many gotcha games once in his lifetime. He just went down there having to play a 1v3 battle here. Now UCSD Esports Gold about to move right up there, and Nerdy Adam gets one, and there's a segment that rolls off. Nerdy Adam is gonna drop.
Nerding everywhere,
yep,
and unfortunately, CO Sky with the lock-in going in with Cooler on the 52. Almost perfect accuracy. We're gonna see how they're gonna get the pain control. It's looking like a flip.
It might be a flip. Oh, no, they don't get it. Nerdy Adam does it again.
Oh my gosh.
That 52 gal from Nerdy Adam is gonna be running well. This could actually be the lead change. It is literally on the nice edge of the Blaster for a breakthrough. Child's able to provide a lot of supporting pain. Helix, oh my goodness, UCSD does cut the deficit down, but Dave Toddy getting the zones back at a good time.
Okay, it's a really, really, really deep push for both sides here. It could go either direction, Joan. I am really wondering how the team that's not in the lead right now, UCSD Esports, is going to hold. And lo and behold, this is how they're going to do it. They got cooler, and hopefully they can hold. And they're getting a lot of paint control, we see. And hopefully Dave Hotties can survive.
That's going to be the ultimate thing. Can they survive much longer? That's really what they got to deal with, because it is going to be Goldchild, which, by the way, almost backliner extraordinaire. Goldchild able to try to find a lot of additional pain here. Teal trying to come in with the Ultra Stamp, and it's Nerdy Adam again getting the pick onto one of them, and that is this could be the big support here. Nerdy Adam, the second sub on the Ultra Stamp. What is Nerdy Adam got the third cancel on the Ultra Stamp? That is unreal, but they believe it get the cap.
Oh my God!
They do not get it! They do not get it at all! The lead changes hands, and that's Lame getting the few!
No!
Unreal!
No!
That is unreal!
No.
Unreal, Helix!
Unreal nerdage we saw from them. Oh my nerd. That, I have never seen anything like it. That was the commentator's blessing. It kept. If that is Nerdy Adam, like, good job. Good job. Oh my cinema. Cinema. Absolute cinema.
How many Ultra Stamps?
Absolute cinema.
How many Ultra Stamps was that got canceled by Nerdy Adam? That have counted at least 5. Gotta be at least.
Mid flip, hitting those 52 gal shots, miraculously nerding everywhere. Actually crazy. I'm very, very impressed by this amazing, amazing first game from UCSD Esports.
Wait, what's the next one? Nope. Oh my lord. Oh my goodness. I don't think there's any more I could say. That's just Nerdy Adam.
Has got that dog in them. It is,
right.
It is on. This is gonna be. I have a really good gut feeling. This is gonna be an intense set because game 1 already. We are seeing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. John, what are your predictions here for next game?
Honestly, if there's anything I've learned from this previous game, is that anything goes. You got the GooTuber, you got the pencil. I think they were dueling 52s, and Nerdy Adam just outdone Kanan on that just by value alone. I wouldn't be shocked if there are changes. The question is ultimately going to be, what will the changes they have? Maybe because it's a UCSD battle, they probably wanted to just play a little bit of silly dueling there. But it's actually I'm even more amused, Helix, that 3 of the ones were the same on both ends.
Absolutely. Okay, the game's about to start, and we're going to see if we're going to see any changes or if they're going to stick to goo. You never know. You never know.
Never know, indeed. Let's take a look here. It's Dave's Hotties. That's still sticking on. There's a Luna Blast. There is that Luna Blaster. There you go. And there is on the other side. No, they just went away for the GooTuber. That had to be a game 1.
Away with the GooTuber.
No, the GooTubers are stashed away. That had to be a UCSD thing. I'm gonna be real with that. Now much more sensible here. Helix coming into game 2.
Interestingly, we see UCSD Esports goal with a more ranged comp, but it doesn't seem to matter because UCSD goal has gone 2 down, and it's only the pencil, John.
Only the lone pencil. The pencil is done. That's a delayed wipeout, and that will be Dave's Hotties. That will be the automatic first checkpoint here as the respawn's not favoring UCSD. Once over just along, and there goes Nerdy Adam, but Darkrai just get the return splat onto Blaster. Darkrai was lurking large there, but it's going to go down at the end of it. This is just going to be a little bit of patient play here. Helix and Dave's Hotties, I think they got a lot of words to say there after that first game.
This is so back and forth, and Dave Hotties is looking locked in. Completely different team than before. And it's just, wow, the snowball is real, and we're going to really have to see Nerdy Adam locked in. And, I mean, here it is. It's a 3v2, but we still have 2 specials online.
Yeah, so what's really fun, despite potentially be a very carbon copy of the very first game. Strong lead by Dave Saudis, and then it just all falls apart at the end. We saw that from game number 1 here. I want to see if the opposite holds, if Dave Saudis can hold their own. No, they lose 2. That's going to be a delayed 3, and UCSD Esports Gold has a great response. Nerdy Adam is going to be cut down. They were playing for aggression, but here comes the Booyah Bomb. The first checkpoint thrown in. Darkrai throws it to the left-hand side, and Helix, this is looking to be a carbon copy of this one.
They're going to need a spam bomb really good. But unfortunately, oh my goodness, defense coming in strong with the wipe out. We're going to see the stakes flip now, and let's see how the blue team, UCSD, does the defense. Seeing it a little bit right now.
Yeah, and things have kind of entered into this very brawly state here as Wally gets the pick on the Goldchild. Goldchild going a little too far in, and now they're trying to see if they can get more, but there's the great patience. There's the great patience from Kanan there as they're able to get a few picks onto Darkrai. The double was there from Kanan, and that will be the delayed 3 now, but we're stuck into this. We're stuck into this brawly setup here. Players being traded. UCSD Esports Gold actually pretty much holding their own so far here, Felix.
Yeah, Esports Gold is looking at their key push. They're 2 down once again. The opponents are 2 down once again. So we're going to see if they can survive until going past the checkpoint. One's already down.
Hey, do you want to see Deja Vu potentially again here? They're approaching the second checkpoint. That's 1 member down, by the way. That is going to be the cooler being dished out. The cooler is being used. There's the trip strike also being thrown. Ultra Sand finds nobody. Uami, by the way, in very low health. They didn't even snuff that one out, but that is going to be the pick there. That is 2 members down. But I think in the middle of that, they do not get the checkpoint whatsoever. 3 members have been cut down there by Dave's Hotties, and Dave's Hotties actually do hold the line for just a little bit longer there, Helix.
Yeah, Dave's Hotties. It's real hot. You can feel it. You're sweating so hot. And it is just so back and forth, but we see it. They just keep going. And they have good defense. They have good offense. And we're going to have to see that mirrored even more from UCSD Esports if they want to get that goal.
Right now, UCSD Esports Gold just needs to do the exact same thing that they did to Dave's Hottie last time. Get a big lead after giving up a much larger start there. But Blaster, I think the Ultra Saiyan may have just gotten the Uami there from that side, and now this is going to be a much stronger push here from Dave's Hotties, that they're going to get a lot more points on the board. Could they be looking for the potential wipeout? Nerdy Adam may have other ideas there, but it ain't going to escape the 2-for-2 trade. Blaster is going to go down though. That's UCSD Esports Gold. They do hold for a little bit longer, but there are more points on the board. A minute left to go here, Helix. Ultimately, what does UCSD need to do to at least try to get lead?
You know, they're really going to have to position themselves right. They're going to have to get high ground right now. They're going to have to get this back. They're going to have to bomb all of the vantage points. This gets sniped by the Pencil. It's going to be really tough, but they do have it just ran out actually, but they have Whale. The Adam coming he's down though. Oh my goodness, a good play from Darkrai, but then avenged by Blaster. Blasting everywhere. Unfortunately, Nerdy Adam is just too much.
Nerdy Adam is just playing on an absolute tear there, and it was also in that flow state equally. Yep, the aura is still there, but no, they're gonna go down on that one, the 1-for-1 trade. Now the members are gonna be more important, but they lose 2. It's still 2-for-2. It's still neutral so far. They can get the jumps in. They're gonna throw the Booyah Bomb. Now they gotta get through the second checkpoint here as the Booyah Bomb is being thrown into Dave's Hottie's flat there, but it is not gonna seem to land as there's not many players left on the tower. All 3 members are gonna collapse onto it. That's gonna be game. Goldchild's right in the tower, and Helix, it's a 1-1 tie. There's a much better response for them.
That is a super, super strong knockback, bounce back from Dave's, no, not Dave's Hotties. Was it Dave's Hotties?
It was Dave's Hotties.
Yes, it was Dave's Hotties that just got this one, and now it's even. The floor is even again, and I really do think this might be one of the most entertaining of the tournament. I don't know. It's still too early to determine, but so far it's been a gift being able to watch what is blessing my eyes right now.
You're probably just Nerdy Adam just doing all the 52 gal shenanigans.
Yes. Atoming everywhere. Crazy. Nerdy Adam, ATOM, like an atom bomb.
Yep.
Crazy.
The dude's playing absolutely nuts. If I remember right, too, he was also I know Ludi Divs are just an old thing, but basically they were D1 last year relative to all the teams. So I think it also shows that the 52 gal has really showed up for him as well as as they're about to queue in here rather soon. Third map being this Undertow Rainmaker map, but I think you're right. Maybe we are in for probably a very entertaining set here. I mean, what we saw with the first 2 games already, Dave's Hottie gets a fast start. First one, UCSD got a much bigger push. Second one, Dave's Hottie just clamped it down. Maybe we get to see the same thing again.
We are seeing snowball after snowball from both sides, and I think pretty confidently Rainmaker Undertow Spillway is textbook snowball map. So who is going to snowball the best? Who is going to push the fastest? Is someone going to do a splatling? Like someone, I don't know, but I mean, we're getting a thumbs up. We're getting another plushie. Let's see. Let's just see what's going up. Let's see what's up. And yeah, the lobby is looking almost about ready right now.
Just wait on one.
And yeah, just waiting on one. And yeah, it could be either way. It's kind of a coin toss, to be honest, so far.
I think you're exactly right. I think this could be just the biggest coin toss that we're gonna see here between the two. I just want to go a little off kilter here. I always love the fun little camera angles that we can see in these locals and Lance Please Virtual locals as well, because you get to see all the fun little cameras, all the plushies people are showing off, and all the camera things they're doing for the cameras. So always fun to see, and more importantly, let's see how this matchup plays out here. 1-1 tie here, so we can see Blue Dapples. Hello there. I see your Blue Dapples. There's a blaster. There's the heavy edit.
Okay.
There's everything here, Helix.
We are seeing mobility, mobility, mobility. Once again, we are seeing triple short range from Goatchild's team. Is that UCSD?
No, that's Dave's Hotties.
No, that is Dave's Hotties. Okay, that short range comp seems to be working out because it's only the edit. Let's see if the edit can hit that clutch. Gets one though, but cannot kill the checkpoint. Unfortunately, this early on, UCSD is going to have to be careful that they got that checkpoint, but it seems they seem to be fine. They seem to be pushing them just fine, and it's back to a 3v2. Actually, a 3v1.
Yep.
And oh my goodness, Blaster.
Blaster also being the second member needed from Dave's Hotties to help keep things alive for their team, but once again, Helix, it's another strong start for Dave's Hotties. They have gotten that early game down to a T, but now can they continue to build upon that strong early start? That's really the ultimate question. Wom is gonna get clamped out. That's gonna be 3 members, by the way, that get done. But Nerdy Adam might be having other ideas. Nerdy Adam gets 2. That's the double on Nerdy Adam. Can Nerdy Adam go for the third? The answer having to work on the wall. That's the third member that drops,
Nerdy
and there's
Adam.
the assist on the 4th. And that, but even so, with Dave's Hotties getting 3 points, Nerdy Adam does clamp it down and prevents the push from getting even more out of control.
Yeah, I mean, even though Nerdy Adam is admittedly playing so well right now, I have to give it to Dave's Hotties for the defense. Like, they only pushed to 57 after all that. But as I say that, Dave's Hotties, they have the wipe, and they don't even need to get through checkpoint.
No, they can just keep freely running forward. That's gonna be where the things are gonna have to go out here. The SpecCam is having a fun time trying to figure out which angle they want to use. We see you there as Darkrai. Oh, I think Blaster just was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to just jump off and see where they can go from there. Saiyan Sky winning the duel from that one, and this is gonna be 3 drops. That's it.
Still active.
That's still active there, but Kanan is able to get a few picks on top of it. But meanwhile, while all that being said and done, there should be more points here from Dave's Hotties. They're gonna pick up this Rainmaker here, Helix.
Yeah, we just saw the Reef Slider coming out, and they got 2. They got 3. They almost got 4. This is a really deadly push, and almost a knockout. Oh my goodness. Okay, 3 down. We have 1 jump though. Are we gonna see the clutch? Nope. Wipeout. Now they really gotta lock in UCSD Esports.
Yeah, UCSD Esports Gold. I think to say the least, monumental mountain they have to climb. Big. Everything they gotta push for this one, and about 2:25 left to go on the clock. I think you might know this one better. There's still plenty of time if they play everything correctly. They're just got to play through the first checkpoint, try to see if they can get a little bit more. Uami still trying to work their way through, but that is going to be the Rainmaker is going to get dropped in. They're just losing a lot of these fights here. Helix. UCSC is just getting completely outranked here basically by Dave's Hotties. There, Saiyan Sky throwing a really clutch wall to keep themselves alive. And, I mean, Dave's Hotties, they do lose too. UCSC Esports Gold, they just need to get that first checkpoint eventually here, Helix.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a lot of the dualies just doing a lot of just skirmish work right now, and that's really having a toll on UCSD Esports Gold. But we do have a splashdown weapon, but Blasters, here we go. Like I said, we got the Reef Slider, and still couldn't. Unfortunately, they killed them too fast to jump out or evade or roll. And this is their chance. This is UCSD Sports' chance.
This is definitely the chance for them to strike. I did see a jump here from Blaster. Blaster's gonna get removed out of the picture there.
Shark.
Just down to Kanan there. Kanan might have found a decent angle. No, they're gonna get found by Darkrai. They're gonna be really low on health, and they're gonna have to retreat for their lives. They are gonna get found and taken out. Now Nerdy Adam right side push going on to the left. There is a flank from Nerdy Adam. This is gonna be an opening here potentially for UCSD Esports Gold. They get the checkpoint. That's step 1. They got a minute and 7 seconds left.
Nerdy Adam's still alive.
Nerdy Adam very much still alive.
Where are
Lav
they?
and still trying to strike big, but I think Nerdy Adam got taken out. That Zeal that did use that Ultra Stamp to success, and Lav just is going to get stuck.
Oh my!
What? How did Lav even get 2? But they are going to go down. That is at least going to buy them some time to regroup. Helix, 50 seconds left. Unbelievably, UCSD Esports Gold breaks checkpoint, but they're going to need to go for the KO now.
Honestly, though, that double alone for Lab gives them mid. It gives them mid, and they are back to the 3v3. But unfortunately, we're seeing such good defense from Dave's Hotties. We're gonna have to see them use what they got, and we're seeing Osami trying to get a pick here. Unfortunately, might have bit a little bit more off than they could chew, but Lav getting taken out by this Night Rider. It's gonna be it's looking really tough right now for UCSD.
I mean, that Rainmaker pick on Duwami is probably going to be the one to effectively seal. That's 2 members that are going down. Nerdy Adam is just throwing a whale, just trying to make something happen there, but they're already too low on health. This is basically going to be the game here. Helix says Kanan's going to hold that Rainmaker into stall position.
It's a game.
Dave's Hottie does win game 3. One more, they advance to winners finals. And
Bro is standing up while playing.
That's what they've been doing for throughout the entire game.
I thought they were just standing up to stand up.
I think they were. I think Blaster. That's Blaster, by the way, who is just staying up the entire. That's a Sunset Surge flag.
Okay, Sunset Surge, not our land, but okay.
What is
free
this?
Publicity?
This is Booyah Bay. What is Sunset Surge? I love the collaboration from the left, from the west. But Sunset Surge flags being thrown out here. Just to remind you guys, we are in Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast. We are in Northern California, but I do appreciate the flag being thrown in there. But Helix. Dave's Hottie.
What?
Wait. Do we have stats?
Handheld standing?
Yes.
Oh my.
I don't think.
My Blaster.
I think Blaster's trying to show a stat line that I don't think we're gonna be able to see.
I don't think it's gonna focus.
Yeah, I think defeated by the camera focus. Maybe you know what? If we do get one of them up here, we gotta see that. We might want to ask about that, but
yeah.
I mean, for Dave's Hotties, strong now. They finally figured out how to handle the mid and late game. It's a lot better now, so they got a map to close it out with. It's a Clan Blitz Inkblot map coming up.
I mean, all I can say is UCSD picked the GooTuber and they won. So are we going to see? This is the question. Are we going to see the GooTuber counterpick on the Clams? I don't know. I played GooTuber back in the day. I used to play GooTuber with Inkjet on this map mode. So if I could do it, anyone can do it. So I really don't know, because so far that's a really good indicator of them winning. I don't know, Kyon.
You know what? This either it's the GooTuber, they would gentleman's agreement to GooTuber because that's the only vibe I'm getting from this one, or they're actually probably gonna throw out like a crazy weapon there action that they can make work.
Yeah, I'm really seeing if this niche. If someone's going to pull out a niche, and if it's going to be peak or di. I really don't know.
The giant blade sign just playing there. You know, I kind of want to see a niche pick there. I'm not going to lie. Maybe UCSD Esports Gold has ideas. It did strike out to me that yes, that is Blaster playing in handheld mode.
Oh my
goodness. The way.
Admirable. That I didn't even know you could play a LAN with handheld. I've had teammates that have had to just learn to play tabletop or monitor mode rather, because they thought that they couldn't play handheld, but it looks like they got the dongle and they're playing handheld.
They're making it work.
So interesting, and making it work rather. Like it's just so. If I am not mistaken, Blaster's team is Dave's Hotties. UCSD Esports team is Adam's team.
Yep, that's Nerdy Adam. Yep.
Correct. Okay.
You're caught up now.
Yeah.
We got you. By the way, it's gonna be game 4 here. Wait a minute, are we being invaded?
What's up? Yo.
Whoa, yo.
Joining us on the mic is Luna Zuka.
What's up, y'all?
How are you?
What is
How are
up?
you doing?
I'm chilling. I'm waiting in winners finals. I'm playing the winner of this.
Okay.
Oh, hey, what have you seen so far though? As we're about to lead into game 4.
I'm kind of worried the L3. That's like the only guy I know who's like willing to pick it. And Hammer got a buff, so like.
It did get a buff, technically. It got technically a buff. So we really, maybe we'll see the lock-in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to cheat, get some insider info right now for my team. But
Like, I don't know. Is it gonna be a niche? Is it gonna be peak niche or dish? I really don't know. I really don't know.
This is the niche pick that wins them the set, mind you, Helix.
I think
it might be.
I think it's good. I think you just got to be goated at it.
Yeah. I mean, if there is someone who's gonna be goated at that weapon, it's Steel.
Yeah, literally.
Steel.
That's definitely true. Hey, by the way, UCSC Esports Gold might try to force the game 5. Maybe force Blue to wait a little bit longer here, to say the least here. As it is going to be a lot of clans being thrown in. By the way, you guys did see the 3-down situation there. Lav is going to throw... I thought Lav was going to throw in some clans. I guess not. They're going to... They got completely cornered. But there are a few clans being thrown into it. 68 points, and UCSC
Yeah, that's a
Esports
strong
Gold strike
start.
first.
That's a strong start.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just I still think pain advantage is on UCSD Esports Gold. I don't know. I really don't know who's gonna get this push. If it's gonna stay the position it does. Okay, 3v2. 3v2. Let's see.
I'm waiting to see how Zealand and rest of the team. That's a nice long range pick. Nice little tap shot there from Goldchild. Now Blaster. Never mind.
Pacing with the hammer.
Oh, I see it. I see you. No. I was hopeful too, the same way. There. And we do get to see Goldchild actually the one holding on to this power clam. Wait and see what they're going to do with this power clam. I think they're just going to hold steady here. They can't even really push forward yet. UCSD Esports Gold is holding line here quite well.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
Yeah.
They need to get this hammer going or something.
Yeah, it's a double hammer on the side of Dave Toddy's. But the defense...
Oh, they're going.
Yeah, they are going though. They are going though.
Oh, they got to clear this plat first.
They definitely got to clear this spot. They got lead. That's lead change. That's three. That's three. They got
3v1 with clams.
Yo, low-key, they could 100-0 this.
They might actually. They just got to get some small claims. They just missed one.
Hot.
I saw them. They missed one, but that's 29 points remaining. There's a power
Oh,
clam. That
they're
power clam
coming
jump. That power clam. That's
easy.
Kanong. That's
my.
Kanong. That throws the power clam.
Okay.
But they need 3. They're not gonna get the 100-0. I was thinking the exact same way. I thought they were gonna get that 100-0. That's it. That's 9 points remaining. That's huge.
I hope they got LDE.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully someone's got LDE right now because that would serve them real well. Because, oh my gosh.
But this map's real snowbally. I feel like there's 2 minutes left. All you got to do is just play some good neutral mid.
I think
Get your specials up.
You're right. You're right though. I mean, they got the cooler, so we're gonna see how they can do it. But there is gonna be a little bit of charging.
Ooh,
my
dude, hammer's so bad.
nerd.
It's so bad.
Oh my.
Okay.
Oh my.
Wait, he's fragging.
Wait.
Might-
Look, genuinely anthological real estate.
There might
This is gonna be maybe the play.
there might be something big happening here. There might be something big happening here. No, there won't be. But they did. That was at
Oh,
least
this
that.
pen's getting pushed.
Okay, last up.
Ooh, top him.
Movement. Okay.
They're waiting.
Okay, patience.
They-
What? The pen is dead. The pen is dead though.
throw this
There's
shit.
the
Throw this
hammer
shit.
top. That
Dead.
one. There it is.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Get
the
the
opening.
nerd. Get the nerd.
That's the opening. That's two.
Nerd is
down.
dead.
That's two.
Nerd
That's
down.
Two. That they did.
Nerd down.
They just gotta
Oh,
get
no.
5. They just gotta get 5.
Oh,
They gotta get 2.
oh,
They
no.
gotta
They
get
have
2.
to clamp.
They
have
got
to
2
clamp.
clamps. They
This
just need 2.
might be it.
They just
Oh my
more.
gosh.
There it is.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. It is the. Oh, that's the set.
That's Dave's
Oh
Hottie
my
with the set.
gosh.
That is unreal.
Oh my goodness. We saw the 3-1. Congratulations, Goat Child, Zeal,
Yeah,
Blaster.
I like how the L3 had the jump on 3 of them. Was
Yeah.
looking at 3 of them, just tickled everyone. No kills, but they still won.
Sounds about stamp. Sounds about stamp. I mean, at least they were tickled. They might have laughed a little, but I mean, who won the set?
Okay.
Who won the set?
Dude, that's aura.
That's
Yeah.
wow.
So much
Very
of it.
impressive.
I think we're about to take one of the members up here. So up here, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So that's Dave's Hotties against Shark.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm catching up to the program
Yeah.
too. So now you know your opponent. You've done some scouting here for at least one map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, how did your set was a 3?
Dude, it was close. It was 3-1.
was
They
3-1.
did way better than I thought they were gonna do.
that's
Their
awesome.
Octobrush, I can't remember whose name it was, but they were messing us up.
Oh, if it's
NATO.
cool, also, it's NATO.
NATO?
It's NATO.
Oh my.
He got
We
like a
saw that
crazy zip
crazy.
triple on us.
Yes.
Like,
Bro
dude,
was locked in.
they locked in
Like-
really hard against us, but it was a really tough set. But luckily we clutched it out. But
Yeah. So is it gonna be Dave's Hotties versus you
Yeah.
guys?
That's
okay.
Dave's
We're gonna
Hotties
do a
Shark. We
quick
made
player interview and then yeah.
We'll get
Y'all get
you
this
set
interview.
up here, but we're actually
Good
gonna
luck.
trade yeah, good luck. We're gonna trade mics here because we're gonna pull someone for a quick little
mic.
interview. That's Blaster, right? It's Blaster. I
It
see
is
you there.
Blaster.
Hello, Blaster. Let's get you on the
Are
mic.
you the one that stands while playing? Next
Yeah.
To the camera? Oh yeah.
First of all, I need to ask. Really got to ask an important question. Handheld. Where did this even all start?
Listen, you have motion control. Why not make the full use of it? You see, you can use your whole torso, your butt, your legs, everything. So-
Immersion.
Mm-hmm.
I
So-
see.
You know what? I love that. Second question. Did you and UCSD gentlemen the GooTuber duel? I had a feeling. What's the
For
story?
sure.
Okay, here's the thing. Except for probably like the first LAN that I've ever been to, I always show my team by going like, okay, yeah, I'll go Luna or Dapples on this game, and last second just switch, and I'm like, yep, GooTuber, I
you're
will
just like
push
me.
it. And so because they already know me, because it was
Yep.
like basically half of UCSD
Yup.
with current
Yeah.
UCSD, I was like, guys, what if we all go GooTuber? so we just did the GooTuber ditto. They were gonna do 2 GooTubers, but I couldn't convince my other
Ah.
teammate. So I was like, all right, it's just one.
It is what it is.
I get it.
Yeah. I mean, really, really good plays from just the short range comp. Honestly, I was expecting the longer range comp just to win by a comp diff. So really, really good job playing, especially standing up. And there are very few players that see success playing standing up, and one of them is the legendary Ant. And the next up, it's gonna be. Oh my goodness, I'm blanking. What's your name? It's gonna be Blaster.
That's Blaster.
It's gonna be Blaster.
You're doing well, Helix. 2 quick questions because I know we're probably gonna get you guys down
Right.
here soon. First of all, is it you and Goldchild? You guys are not UCSD players anymore, right? Did you or are you still active?
I'm still active, but Gochow just graduated last
Yes.
summer.
Okay.
So I was like, you know what? I don't like 5-player teams, so I'll let them 4 take care of that, and I'll just make another pickup with Gochow.
There you go.
You know
I
what?
love it.
There you go.
Win-win.
Perfect.
And last question, so that you can get yourself ready to go here. Did all of you see what got you guys to go all the way up here to Booyah Bay Cable Car Co specifically?
Ah, shoot. That one's a little bit of a tough one. Like we just we love going to lands, honestly. Like we love Pepe as well. Like with Sunset Surge.
Yup.
Like if you saw, I was
Yup,
like
I saw
waving
it.
the flag.
We saw it.
Yeah. And so we were like, wait, Booyah Bay is like also in California. Why not like try to go there? And even Berkeley held their own LAN and
yep.
part of CC as well. So we went up there last year and we loved it. So then coming
Awesome.
here for Booyah Bay was like,
Beautiful.
this is gonna be so fun.
This is gonna be so peak. Sunset Surge reference. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all. That's
That's what
awesome.
Surge mentioned.
All right, we're gonna get you
Alright.
ready to go here. Thanks for the quick interview
you
here,
too.
Blaster. Good luck.
Good job.
Good luck on your
Thank
next
you.
matchup
Congrats.
against. Good luck with your next matchup. First of all, we're gonna go to break. Before we do, Helix, thanks for casting the first 2 sets with me. You're good to go, Blaster.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, no worries. It was good casting with you. Hopefully, your first experience was great.
Yeah, that was great. I hope to come another LAN because this was fun. This was really, really fun.
That's awesome. We're getting Helix out of here. I know some of you guys in chat were happy to see him. I'm still gonna be here. We're gonna get a new person filling in for the next 2 rounds. We'll be right back. Stay tuned for winners finals. Animations, what happened? Can they get the SplatoonTourney? The answer is yes!
It's not over.
Patient here, and they need to. Good shots coming from Ivy! Two incredible shots, but it's not enough!
They let them get the cap there for a minute, but oh ho ho.
Team is taking the lead.
Oh my
It's gonna
gosh,
be a knockout.
Okami! Are they gonna make it to the basket? They get it off, but no!
Trying to pick on Nerd. It's a wipeout.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Winners Finals here in Booyah Bay, Cable Car Coast, almost to the home stretch to determine who gets the third LCS bid for April. My name is Kiln still. New person on the mic, it is the one and only Skep. Skep, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've really been enjoying San Jose. I had some lovely people give me the big tour yesterday around the city. I got to ride a cable car.
Nice.
Our attorney's namesake today.
That's awesome. So for me, this is actually probably my first time in actual San Jose proper. I unfortunately wished I had the tour like you did, because yesterday I arrived that evening and I'm like, I just want to go to bed. That's the trick here. That's the trick here. So unfortunately, it be what it be sometimes.
But the poster is at an actual location. If you're
right?
on the cable car on your way to the Nintendo store. It's like
I'm
framed.
I'm gonna be so sad I won't be able to go because because work's gonna call me on Monday anyway. So I'm like, I gotta travel home tomorrow.
Problems.
Yeah, old people problems for me in this case. This is a reminder: don't get old. You're gonna, unfortunately, life has other ideas for you. Don't worry, we got two teams here. That's Dave's Hottie. Okay, you probably are gonna be knowledgeable with these. This is Shark, also known as the half catnip pickup, I believe, with 5th Gen and Luna Zuka. And I think I see Goose and Swagger. Those are familiar names, but they're all part of so many different teams at this point that everything's blending together for me. So that's as much as I know.
Yeah.
But we saw Dave's Hottie on stream earlier. Yes, it is the Blaster. Yes, Blaster's the one with the handheld that we just interviewed with. And I don't know if I buy into the fact that he plays it for the immersion of motion controls on his Switch, but that's apparently the answer that he gave us.
You know, you gotta just take people at face value. I also recognize Kanan on the side
Yup,
of
same.
Dave's Hotties. From SoCali. You know, they play with Vera, and I think their team is called On Crack.
Yeah, I think
for
so.
SoCali. So I recognize them, and this is going to be a closer set, you know, as it gets on from here.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm hoping to see things.
Luna, aren't you? You're supposed to be in the chair. There are 25 seconds. Sit down, ma'am.
Oh my god.
What is happening? Are you okay?
Booyah Bay moment for me. The 25 seconds, they only took 13 seconds. They sold out. I'm going to have a question with you later if I have to interview.
Slice readied up.
They're already ready. By the way, we're about to get started. Winners finals here in bracket stage, top cut if you will. And that is going to be, yes, Shark's going to be on the blue side. Dave's Hottie on the gold side. I mean, I've seen a variety of weapons. I see Zeal back again on that L3 Blasters, on that Neo Luna Blaster as well. I take a look at Shark. It's almost as standard as I could possibly see here, Scap.
Yeah, I mean, Hammer is just so broken right now. Why would you not? There's no weapon that gets it faster than an L3. We do see that Shark is the first team to pass the zone, but getting 2 members down on the side of Dave's Hottie, they're probably going to start getting ready to lock them out. As many points as they can here before any kind of.
Yeah, right now they're still holding on to that zone here for Shark as the jumps do coming from Goose. The Goose is indeed loose on the right-hand side, but they are going to try to see if they can find some angles, but it doesn't look like that will be the case so far. 2 members do drop. They do get a cap for control, or the zone rather, but not for long, as that will just be the 2. That will be Dave's Hottie. They will get the cap. Quick start here for Shark. Not a whole lot of points to speak of those caps.
Hammer number 1 getting the pick on the rest of the Blaster Pro Deco. They still have Hammer number 2 from that L3 and looking to charge towards that left side, looking towards the right. As you see Goose there on that top right, starting to throw their strikes. And Seal missing the camp on that drop and gets punished for it. Shark going to start pushing in, trying to get the pick on that 52 on the right. Does manage to do so and reapplies that penalty for Dave Hottie here in the scrap of Winners Finals.
Yup. I love the term, the scrap that occurred there in Winners Finals. A little shock that the Ultra Saiyan missed there, and it actually also led the game going down with no value out of it, but it is what it is. Sometimes the Dave Hottie is able to respond back. They get the 2 members down from there, and they are trying to see if they can push forward their Blaster on that right attack, trying to see if they can make something happen. Doesn't look like it's the case quite yet. The trade-up zone back and forth we go here. Skep, they're going to be out of the penalty point here soon, not before the cancel comes in. Shark gets the recap, and we're stuck into this stalled state, but there's the wipeout, and Skep, this is a good time to strike for Shark.
We start seeing Swagger and I think that their name is Goose. There we
yep.
go. Towards that right side, they don't go as far forward as I was expecting, and we do see Swagger getting picked by the pen. 2 members down on the side of Shark start backing, trying to hold on to that left stack as they do have strikes to help their team get back in. But that is a beautiful pick from Zeal to deny those strikes, and an excellent re-entry tool for Shark.
And that pretty much was an individual that Tourney, but they are going to be still pushed back here. They have Dave's Hotties able to still take down on some of these points so far. They're going to be able to make an imminent lead change, and there's going to be 2 additional members that have dropped. Blaster gets the trade on to Goose. Goose able to take him out in the process. It's 42 points remaining. 5th Gen is going to be lurking on that right-hand side of the map, but Goose is still trying to work their way forward here for Shark. 3 members in that middle. The trip trick being somewhat staggered out here. 1 on each side, 1 in the middle. That is going to cause the neutral, but that's 3 members that have gone down, and that was Kanan that got the 1 on the Swagger. Skep, this is going to probably be a hot start here for Dave's Hotties. They might be looking for the KO.
Sayun really taking advantage of how grouped up Shark was there at the end of the game, but Goose coming in trying to push them as he can. Oh my gosh, Shark manages to catch the zone. Unbelievable after that beautiful Shark again from that 52. So now Shark really is aware of who they're fighting and the fact that they're going to have to play more carefully.
No kidding, they will have to play a little bit more carefully here. Skev, I did see the Ultra Stamp being used there, trying to roar down the middle, but doesn't look like it got much value so far. Now, let's see if they can keep this push going here. They do eliminate Gold Child. That's the backline that is dropped, the pencil that's going down. Swagger kind of being forced all across the board so far, and that's Kanan. That's Kanan being cut down. That is, but they are going to get traded for 2. Shark losing 2. On top of the 2-for-2 trade, and there's only 1 member alive. It's just Luna, by the way, with barely any health. Still holding on for dear life. Skip, a fight for the zone. Dave's Hotties gets it at the nick of time, and Dave's Hottie retains the lead so far.
2-7 with a minute left in the opening game of Winners Finals means that Shark is going to have to lock in if they want to start the game here on a better foot, right, for the rest of our set. Swagger starting to take that right side, and they are very close to that Zuka. They're going to use the stamp from the L3, and knowing that Luna, they are pretty close to it. Zio coming out with that stamp in zone, and it looks like they're going to be chipped and then taken out. Looks Shark going to be able to maintain cap here in the zone, especially if they deal with the blaster, and now they have these strikes with 2 members of Dave's Hotties left in mid. The strikes come out on the backside of that zone, and that beautiful pick on Goat Child
there
and
it is.
Seal. That is GG for game 1 here in Winners Finals.
I thought that looked like Dave's Hotties getting the first game, and that would have been so good right away from Dave's Hotties, but losing so much steam. Thanks, Luna. Thank you so much for that. I thought they were gonna get the first strike right away. Dave's Hotties would have been on a massive heater with that momentum. That was not the case. Luna and 5th Gen, the very established group, had other ideas, and that is game 1 to Shark. That was actually strangely more back and forth than I thought it would actually be for a bit. But I think that at least that should be a lot more entertaining going forward, as we're going to be waiting for the counter break here for map number 2.
If I had replays, the moment I would be looking at is when the 52s, excuse me, I'm not sure what their IGN was. I think it was
Zeal.
Sharking underneath that little ramp underneath Shark's right drop.
Yep.
When that Shark happened, I don't know whether or not Shark was getting a little bit, sloppy or relaxed or nervous or something. But the moment 3 of them dropped practically on top of each other on the right side, Zeal was going to come up big.
Yep.
And they did. And so denying that, I think it could have been really messy from there.
Oh,
but
no kidding.
Yeah. You can see the size of relief from Shark the moment that game ended.
Yeah, definitely. And I see the phones coming out here. They have probably just picked up the memo that it is indeed counter pick land. I'm going to be roasting my crew here. They have not provided us with the eligible maps, but these are basically the LCS maps that are going to be played, I believe. So I think they're having to scroll through, hey, which map do we actually want to play here? So I'm waiting to see what it is. It's going to be the Barnacle and Dime Zones map being the counter pick of choice here. And if I'm not mistaken, because it's always the counter pick rules, can't win on the last map they won, which obviously they haven't won anything, so...
Can't pick you can't pick a mode that you've won, and you can't pick a map you've won.
Yeah, I think, I'm going to assume that's been the standard, so... That's what either way, it's Barnacle and Dime Zones coming up here for game number 2. I'm going to be curious to see what Dave's Hottie is going to do from here.
Well, this is a map mode where the pen is really going to have an advantage. Beautiful.
Yes!
Look at them.
I wish I was wearing my Wallaby hat right now, but one of the plushes has that hat being worn for great prosperity. There it is. There's the angle. Oh, the poor hat's just been tilting for a bit.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think the pen is going to have a pretty significant advantage here. Rapid Blaster Brodeco is a weapon that you use to try and deal with a pen, but regardless, this is a relatively, and they don't even have a, oh, there we go, yeah, there it is, Goat Child. Having that pen some paint in your flat zone.
Yeah, definitely. I think Pencil's a very solid pick here in such a flat zone map. Where is this camera going? What are you doing? What are you
looking for a jelly dog?
Yeah, you know what? Oh, right, that is Toshi. Shout out to Toshi, by the way, looking for all the jellies on the board. We appreciate you over there, as that is the first cap of the game so far for Shark. As right now, I did see the ult champ being used, and it is being tossed to no success so far. But that is the first immediate points there. It's actually going to be a lot more points on the board. Skep, Shark already rolling this one. Delayed 3 down situation, and Shark's trying to look for more points.
Yeah, this is interesting pick from Dave Hotties. They realistically don't have a lot of like AoE take options, you know, with a double stamp and then a whale. That's not something that you could forcibly displace an opponent with, like Strike or Booyah. So now we can see Shark setting up for that lockout, and they do have those missiles as a displacement special. They do have that Duga to say get off of wherever the heck you are. And so Dave Hotties, they do manage to drop in here, but my question is, how are they going to throw more people out of zone? But yeah, we see that pick coming on the stamp, that gets canceled, Tiger fighting on the left side, gets Seiyun, and now there's still piles of 4 Pen left alone on that right side, and manages to get the camp too! Oh my god, huge picks from Swagger!
That's probably the game. That's Luna that caps it off with the pick there. Okay, Swagger just going for extra style points. Oh my goodness, chef's kiss everywhere for Shark, and that is going to be game 2. One more, they will go to grand finals, and that
again.
I love it, Luna. That is one more, they will be grand finals bound. And Skep, I think to say the least, the counter pick that Dave Toddy had completely blew up in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, that's one I was a little concerned about. I was thinking, you know, how are they going to retake with Hammer? Like, what's the vision? You know, and that's something that we see Shark, you know, turn around on its head. I mean, it's barnacle zones. You get locked out on that map. The question is, do you have the tools to get yourself back in consistently when you need them and when you want them?
And I think the answer is not as well as it is. I think so far, this is what my read here is. The reason why they have this out is I'm pretty sure they're looking for the maps that they want to counter pick in. Which, to be fair, it is counter pick stages. They're probably not having to get used to it after the first 2 rounds not being counter pick. That's probably where that's coming in. So now strategy comes into play. I think they're still trying to iron things out there.
Rainmaker gamers.
Oh yeah, Rainmaker.
Because, you know, you're dealing with 5th gen's blaster.
Yep.
You don't want DPS, right?
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
You have Devil Hammer.
Right.
Pop it and go. Like, that's my 2 cents. We'll see.
Oh,
zones.
Wait. It's zones. Wait, why? So they're going back to zones. They're going to crab leg zones, though.
It's another really flat map that's advantageous for their pen.
I guess that makes sense, though, because it is Goat Child who is the backline extraordinaire for the group.
However, my concerns and questions are, again...
Same thing, right?
Retake, right? What are your retake tools? Or do you stick double stamp? You know, you have that whale, right, to clear your drop, which is fine and dandy. But, like, if you're using your stamp to paint zone, like, you might have already lost, you know?
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Is like you're also going back. Yeah, it's exactly your point. It's like you're going back to a map to try to help Goat Child basically use that pencil to full ability. But it's kind of you saw what happened in the previous map there too, and you're going back to a very similar kind of map layout. Unless they have something else up in their sleeves that we may not be aware about. It is a little puzzling, I guess, is the phrase I would use.
Teams will always surprise you.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's a method to the madness. Inkblot TC.
No, right?
Oh,
no.
I get it.
Yep, and also, I also don't think trying to come in with 1 member less is ideal. They... okay, maybe that was the counter pick strategy. They probably wanted to just say, let's fool them. Let's get one member out there. They're gonna get them back in.
We have an aura behind us.
Right? Oh right, I see it. The sun is slowly the sun's slowly setting here. I actually am not even looking at the camera. I don't know why I was trying to do it while I was not even looking at the camera.
First local in the history of ever that I've ever seen, and practically at sunset. By the way, that is the plan for us to be like out of here by 6:30.
Oh, really?
Never in my life. Which is like positive for the staff of Booyah Bay that you can be that efficient and like have a plan and stick to the plan and have enough setups. Like, that's rad. It's just blowing my mind that we're all going to like go have dinner at a normal hour.
Right? We could all be out here and get dinner at a reasonable time, right?
Right.
That'd be awesome.
Land day. Everyone traveling tomorrow is saved, myself included, yourself included.
Yup.
Anyway, back on topic.
no worries. I was about to yap more about lands, but I think both teams had other ideas.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
They won't let me have my discussion about lands and locals ever. Not at least for about a few seconds. Splash, by the way, is being used by Zeal. Blasters on the Zimmy as well. There's our Deco. There's Goose, by the way, on the Neo Luna Blasters. So there is an Ultra Stamp on one side, and that it's just a crab tank actually for Dave. The only thing is Bubble and the crab tank being used as specials instead.
Okay, I like that because maybe they were having trouble with the tickets coming out from Swagger, you know, so having that Bubble to deny that, I mean, that's rad. And also, you can possibly bait your opponent into using their mail or their hammer to the Bubble.
But now we gotta see if they still don't value. I mean, Swagger's just going nuts right now. Swagger just got a few more. That Zeal just completely stuck in the corner there. Already even more points on the board so far here as we do get to see Swagger, 5th Gen, Goose, and Luna. The rest of the group is able to put them into the corner. That's 2 members down, by the way, because Goatchild and Blaster both went down. And Skep, this is almost looking to be almost a somewhat carbon copy, except not really for 6 points. Playing Zeal, we never used the grabbing, has to retreat, realizing that there was a no percent waiting for them. Skep.
Yeah, Goatchild here pushing and trying to get the physical on 5th Gen, does manage to do so with the help of Low Whale. Blaster goes in and caps that zone when the bubble is there to set up jumps for 52. So now that they have forced Shark to, you know, scrap here, jump out, whatnot, they can get set back up. This could be a pretty good lockout here, especially if they get to pick on 5th Gen. Go, Zeal, go! Oh, Swagger coming in and helping win that 2v1.
Yeah, and then Goose is able to get the other cap there with that Ultra Stamp, able to get another one out of there. So that's a decent response. They had found the responses there, but while they were also trying to fight for that zone, they also kept losing members in the process on top of it, so they were stuck in a slight man disadvantage the entire time, and that's causing Dave Holly to just get everything back to reset everything back, so you gotta look for another pick. That might be huge. That crab tank got the pick onto Swagger, and that is gonna force a zone split, but that is the pick 2 going down. That was Saiyan Sky or Kanan going down on top of it. This is looking at least a little better here, Skep. They are holding the control of the zone, but for how long being the question.
Zeal coming in, trying to deal with Swagger on that left side. It looks like Swagger tries to drop and take that fight back. Yes, yeah, there we go. They drop, they don't get the pick, then they go down and trade. I don't really know what's happening because everything is happening on this left side of the map. Shark does manage to retake here. They know Zeal is in that back right side. Zeal knows to try and rotate out because that spot can be very difficult to recover from. But alas, Shark very quickly back in control. Relatively even though halfway through the game. Low penalties, not really below in the single digits. We're chilling.
Yeah, and right now they're just trying to get through some of these penalty points. I agree with you. I think they can pretty much afford to keep things neutral for now. Zeal with another crucial find on the Goose. It is going to allow some more paint being thrown onto the zone. All they're gaining right now is that neutral. They are going to get the one member down. That will help their cause gain the zone's cap on top of it. Goose was in a treacherous position, able to get out of that one. Gets the pick onto Kanan. Kanan got completely jump scared. They are going to get the trade on the Blaster, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of that one, but it will still be the zones at least being capped. They're stuck in the +1 penalty. They're going to have to add more to it as they lose 2 on top of it all at the same time, and Shark is finding responses for everything here, Scab.
It makes me a little bit nervous there because we do see Kanan going down after the fact that their teammates went down without getting that cooler, so we are going to find ourselves in a little bit stagger, but thankfully Dave Hottie is, waiting for each other to come out of spawn. Unfortunately, losing the 52 again in the pen as Shark clears penalty here. With this cap and this bubble, they are able to go, but they're going to need to get going relatively soon. And you can see Swagger starting on that right side. Swagger doesn't get the pick, does start backing Zeal. Thankfully,
go
the
down.
benefit of this bubble beautifully placed in order to shield the crab to get that cap, buying themselves time to take a deep breath and try again.
But they got to see what they can build off of it right now. They at least forced a lot more penalty points, 45 exactly being the barometer here, but now they are losing. They're just losing so many members in front of it. I think Kanan's just trying to look for so many angles to catch Shark off guard, but Shark has been able to find them in every step. And now 2 members going out of respawns. They're going to get 2 more on top of it. This is going to give Shark a lot of opportunities. Oh my gosh, the Zuka gets Kanan from a massive lob. there, and this could be Shark being able to put the exclamation mark on this push here as they're looking to see if they can clean out a few more members. Blaster drops to the Ultra Stamp. That should be GG, well played. That's going to be the 3-0. Shark advances to Grand Finals there, Scap. Very convincing win as Luna shows off for the camera.
Oh, look at them. Cutie patooties. Yeah, no, beautiful games. All right. We get it. We get it, champ.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Luna. I mean, I was thinking the first game would give us an entertaining set. Then you get two counter picks, all flat maps, very interesting. And then Shark was able to find responses for both of the counter picks they had. Yeah. I've a little shocked to say least, but I mean, but it goes to show that Shark did know how to respond to it. We should be getting one of the members, by the way, from Shark from the main floor up here for a post-game interview here soon. But yeah, that set looked a lot more convincing for Shark the more the set progressed.
Right, and I think part of that is you're going into a situation where your opponents are high level.
Yep.
Like, you can't say that they're not, right? What do they like? They like their zones.
Of course.
And you have a little bit of cheese in your comp where your players are comfortable with this double hammer. You know, maybe lean into that a little. Make the opponents uncomfortable. And I don't think they're uncomfortable on zones.
No, it was actually kind of interesting because they were very established players, especially like Luna, of course, 5th gen. They've been everywhere. Yeah. Same with Goose, and I think Goose and Swagger has been along for quite some time. Yeah, I think one of them's gonna be joining us here on the mic. Yes, they will be. Hello,
gamer.
Luna is back here once again. Luna scouted out the team they're trying to play in the previous matchup, and now they're here. 3-0. That was really convincing, by the way, Luna.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice a little after that set.
I'm surprised you're not losing brain cells hitting
Dude,
that with the cam.
I'm trying to get a Red Bull sponsorship.
Dude,
well, if you hear it.
Go. We'll figure it out. I mean, yeah. the first map looked a little dicey. Was it just was just a slow start, or was it just the map itself kind of giving you guys trouble?
I think it was more like a comp issue. Definitely a comp issue. Like Goose is not good on bucket right now. We had to put her on Luna Neo because it's more like you don't got to think that much.
Right.
But she started fragging after that, so I think it was definitely just like comp issue heading into them because they had like double hammer and everything, and we weren't really expecting it. So
definitely not the map itself, just more trying to get a feel for
more our team and how we play, because like we don't really have a set comp. We kind of just swap things around like all the time. So once we figured it out and just like get a little taste of how they're playing, it's like we just swap things around and we figure it out.
So something that Skip and I were kind of establishing on while the counter picks were happening from Dave's Hotties. They picked pretty much flat zones map, Barnacle and Dime and Crab Leg. Did that?
Yeah.
It looked like you guys were able to pick them out. Was it the counter picks itself, or it was really still the same like the comp read that they?
It just felt like comp. Like we kind of just felt out how they played, and we were like, 5th can't really fight the hammer right now, so let's put her on pro, which helped out a lot. We put Goose on Luna Neo, just started fragging out, getting way more picks. So that's pretty much it. And then once we saw Crab Leg, we were like, okay, back to Blaster. We're just going to bully this pencil. So
yeah. I felt like their counter picks were trying to favor the pencil.
Definitely, yeah.
But it was clear that you guys were uncomfortable with the hammers.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It was just kind of hard to shoot out for, like, our Rapid Blaster and then the bucket and everything. And then it was just, like, it felt like they were mainly running through us with the hammer cycling, so.
If you had been making the counter picks.
Yeah.
Would those have been maps that you had chose?
Probably not. I think we're really good on Barnacle. Crab Lake, I feel like it's a 50-50 because it's not like the most traditional like map. I feel like it's definitely more of a counter pick map. And we haven't practiced it like at all. So like, I don't know. I feel like that map could have gone 50-50. We kind of just like had to read on them with the Rapid Pro. But Barnacle, I feel like we're really good and strong on that map. So that was kind of to their disadvantage, I feel.
And it was something that we were noting there too. It's like, okay, well, they literally pretty much had to be on you for that one. Grand Finals, I believe you guys are Grand Finals bound here for this tournament.
Yeah.
And obviously you guys probably already knew this is the qualifier tournament for the LAN Championship Showdown in April. Not to get ahead of ourselves here because you got to win the tournament first. But well, how would it feel to represent Booyah if you were to take that one home? You're one step close.
It'd be awesome. Like if we win this tourney, that's our 3-peat. We got 3 in a row, so I feel like we'd be a pretty good team to like represent NorCal right now. So.
Yeah, and there were the two teams because I think it was Toronto Roca. Oh god. Oh, it was SoCal. That was the other. That was the other qualifier that happened there too. So yeah, hopefully this all plays out. But of course, not to get ahead of ourselves. We got one more set to go. Any other questions, Skep, that you want to add?
Yeah. Are there any teams that you expect to play at the upcoming LCS qualifiers that you would like to see if you make it into the event?
The Florida team, definitely, because it's pretty much just Hypernova. Like, that team is probably the strongest LAN team because they all just like live together, like in the same like region. So definitely be that, especially since I'm from that region. Like, I just moved to NorCal like a year and a half ago, so it'd be nice to just fight some old friends that I've seen. So
awesome. Anything you want to get off your chest that you want to say?
Not really. I'm gonna destroy that Red Bull can next set, but.
Red Bull,
Yeah.
reach out.
Fantastic job out there.
Thank
Grand
you.
finals will be coming soon. But we gotta get to the lower brackets. You will have to wait to see who you get to play. But enjoy maybe a little bit of an extended break if you will until we get to figure out who we go from the other side. So it was awesome having you on. We gotta get through losers semifinals. I believe is the next set in question. Next set in question, but I think that set might still be in progress. I'm glad I can look behind. Right.
Leaning over the shoulder. Beautiful venue, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm so laughing at the sunset aura right
We've
there.
got aura.
I know, it's beautiful.
No, look at the look. You see the glow?
Oh wow. That's so sick.
Dude,
Right.
that's awesome as well. Anything else that you want to have before you want to head back downstairs?
Pretty much it. We're gonna go eat.
Go-
Chill out for a bit. We're really hungry.
Don't
so.
get cold.
Go
Oh, no, we
go
won't.
eat right now. Yeah, and yeah, they are. Yep, and we are getting signed that that losers quarterfinals is being played right now. So
Cool.
we do actually got a little bit of a longer break. So go eat if you need to head out
Enjoy.
right now. Go
Thank you.
enjoy. Yeah,
Thanks
no
for having me
worries.
on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Good luck.
Good luck. Have fun. And Scott, we could keep going, or you think we could take a quick breather because we got a lot of time to go.
That is your call, gamer.
I will- then
Don't
I-
you have a story you wanted to tell?
No. So the story would have been while we were waiting for the 3v4 was. I would have kept yapping you would say with the same way with Locals and Lands. Like, can we please get Locals and Lands to end at around dinner time, please? Dude, that would be so awesome.
You're doing it.
We
You're
were so
Bouillabaisse.
we were so close. So the last land, actually no, it wasn't. Yeah, no, last land. I'm gonna call them out because I went to Sea Battle in October. Back in October though. Halloween weekend, Saf. By the way, if you're hearing this, much love to you out
Love
there.
you, Saf.
Yeah, love you, Saf. But it ended a little bit late-ish. I'm like, it ended so close to it ended so close like none. I'm like, come on, there's got to be some places that are open. Thankfully there were, but I'm like, if you guys can have a practice of ending your lands around dinner time, us travelers will be really dang happy to have dinner at a reasonable time.
Especially those who have to fly out the next day. But
Don't we
they're
do-
doing it here. I'm so shocked. I'm so proud. I'm like, like I've never seen such an event.
Dude, the event space is still huge. And again, this is my first time here. I was talking to a lot of the veterans here who've been around Booyah Bay long enough because they're in the next the area to the right, which is where all the PCs are in the guild house.
Yeah.
That's where we're at, by the way, the guild house, and that's where their entire land was. They actually got enough for this particular land to get the much bigger space over here. Dude,
It's really
shout outs
cool.
to them. The venue's amazing, by the way. Oh. I think I dropped one of the plushies.
Speaking of differences between this land and other lands, I'm from Arizona. I'm kind of sort of representing Sunset Surge in terms of
Yep.
where I'm from. People here are so much quieter. I don't know, like if it's the high ceilings or what it is. It's just you don't have people screaming at each other from across the station, which is something we most certainly have in Arizona.
Clearly, you guys have more energy than most of the people here.
Oh, they're sweetie pies. They're all sweetie pies.
They're just cool people right now. I'm not gonna lie. But for the record, the closest land I can represent is Chai Shoals, and I'm not even remotely anywhere near Chai Shoals. I had to actually travel either by plane or by train, a much longer commute. Understatement of the year, by the way, to even make it out here. And of all the places I could have flown out to instead of Chai Shoals, I love y'all. No, it's all the way out here in San Jose. I'm actually happy I'm able to make it out here. On top of it, I would love to keep yapping with you. I gotta save my energy for the rest of the block. So I will ask for a quick break just so I can keep my voice intact.
They found out you were gonna be here, and we're like, put him on the whole comp.
Spoilers! I'm covering all of the bracket stages all the way to the very end. So, yeah, we gotta get out. I think Yeah, we're gonna call for a break. I think they're cool with that. Yes, we are. So we'll be right back because quarters is still being active right now. We'll be back for loser semifinals on the other side. We'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks. Love you guys so much. We're out of here.
what happened? Can they get the SplatoonTourney? The answer is yes.
It's not over.
Patient here, and they need to. Good shots coming from Ivy. Two incredible shots, but it's not enough.
They let them get the cap there for a minute, but oh.
Team is taking the lead.
Oh my
It's gonna be a
gosh,
knockout.
Okami! Are they gonna make it to the basket? They get it off, but no!
Trying to pick on Nerd. It's a wipeout.
Welcome back, everybody, to Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast. Now on the lower side of the bracket, we got semifinals coming up here. I'm still Keon, still very much with us here for UCSD Esports Gold and Golden Octos. We have the team out of the winners bracket qualified for grand finals just earlier. That would be Shark. Now we got to figure out who's coming in for the lower side, and we got UCSD Esports Gold and Golden Octos. Golden Octos, we talked about it before, are on some kind of run right now in the lower brackets.
Understatement of the century. They've kind of been the underdog that no one was expecting. Well, okay, I'm sorry. That no one was expecting to make such a deep run.
Yeah.
Like, then that's reality. Like, okay, go mess up the comm blocks. You know, kings, queens, non-binary rulers. Like, which is awesome. So, low-key, am rooting for Golden Octos because if they win, I get to stay on for finals.
So we're gonna pull the curtain here a bit. So, the column block after this, which is gonna be losers finals, and the rest of the way features NATO. NATO is on a massive heater with their Octobrush run in Golden Octos. So.
Yeah.
What is more impactful is not just lower bracket run, it is basically to keep Skep on in the comm blocks
That's
a little.
what's at stake.
That is what truly is at stake. We have UCSC Esports Gold, which at this point, being in the CCA long enough, I know the squad has gone through some. I say turnover, it's graduation. They graduated from the college. So we got Nuriam Nuame being the holdovers. Darkrai and Lav are the two new people added to the group right now, at least for this particular LAN. If UCSD does it again, they get to play the two other UCSD folks and Dave's Hotties next. Yeah, so it's a rematch, though. That's what's at stake for UCSD Esports Gold. They get the match up. I think I'm ready for loser semifinals. They got 10 seconds, by the way, to get ready. So, Skep, I hope you're ready as well.
I was born ready. How about you, Keon?
I am very much born ready. Maybe for this particular moment. Previous moment's still the same. All right, we're about to cue right in. It is Mako Mart Zones, of course, tried and true. Yes, here, let's get the show on the road. UCSC Esports Gold, of course, on the gold color side. Golden Octos is going to be on the blue color side. Okay, Uame, you are not my pal DRF. You cannot be playing the Tri-Saucer Nouveau like this, but that's what you are playing. I do see Blasters, I do see the Octobrush. The Dynamo, which I'm happy to see from Golden Octos, but the Octobrush from NATO, which I meant before. NATO's been on an insane run. I want to see how this all starts out. Two members, by the way, down right away from Golden Octos, but Golden Octos somehow still get a cap in the zone, but not for long here. Scap 20 seconds in, and right now with UCSD Esports go for the first sustained flash.
Something a little bit of bias here, where one of the teams just speaks the gold color, and they're both named gold flag. Noodles goes in, tries to pop that bubble, does get taken out, but it's just the leader on the side of UCSD Esports Gold, and so Golden Octos coming in and getting that cap. Noodles does go down on that right side, but anything to apply penalty this early in the game, UCSD for getting us more solid.
Yeah, and that wipeout effectively will get them that secured zone. This can give them a chance to actually kind of get everything, to get themselves set up around mid. There is some bomb damage, but that's going to be recovered just in time. Lob's going to be planted on that right stack. Now we got to see if NATO can actually catch everybody by surprise. Is able to catch them off guard entirely. That was a great play from NATO as they take out Lob. But UCSC Esports go down 2. They do lose their junior. They did lose NATO in the process. The control only dropped for about a few quick seconds. Trip strikes being thrown in as almost in a panic state, and UCSD Esports Gold unbelievably Skep. They retain control of the zone.
Pro on that right side trying to threaten the crab, does throw a bomb, doesn't manage to be picked with it. We just see Nerdy Adam, I think with the bomb, splash combo there, getting the pick. NATO coming in on that zip caster. Also getting taken out by Adam. Adam aura farming on the right stack, whatever it's called. Wow, beautiful from UCSD, and now Golden Octos has one shot, one opportunity, right back in.
One shot, one opportunity. This is your best chance, Golden Octos. You got to rush right in as they are trying to paint the zone furiously. UCSD Esports Gold also understanding it. It's 2-for-2 trade, but the recap is going to be the one that seals it. UCSD Esports Gold, they take home game number 1 here in losers semifinals. There's that celebration. Got to absolutely love it. Adam, once again, critical picks at the very end to seal it.
Yeah, no, beautiful picks from Adams. Wonderful pop-up. What?
Pointing to what I think is one of the Pokemon, actually, in that water bubble. I might be, actually. You know what? I love people that decorate the water
Anything after
bubbles.
Gen 3 is not relevant. Sorry.
I agree, by the way.
Splaboomers on the mic.
We are way too old for this, I think. Take that as you will. That's the first game. If you guys were just tuning in, we did cover winners finals. That's counterpick. There are no counterpicks. We got our standard set of maps right now. It is going to be Hagovich Market. Tower Control, I was about to say Inkblot because my brain's been in Inkblot TC brain for quite some time, but Hagovich TC being the next one. But what a fiery start, really, from both teams to kick off loser semifinals.
Yeah, it was explosive.
Right.
Beautiful picks from the Dynamo, you know, to try and break back in. It could have happened, especially with the junior having bubble.
Yep.
You know, sometimes it just doesn't.
You know, yeah, exactly. Sometimes it just
doesn't need to be deeper than that.
Nope, nothing more to add. Two players that I'm looking out for, by the way, for this particular set, especially with the way this tournament's going. UCSD Esports Gold, Adam. I think I did a block with Helix already earlier. Was on a mission. Was just at, as you went, exactly, aura farming to your heart's content. That crowd is not excited enough. They'll get excited come the end of this one. Or maybe when the map loads up. I do see Luda, by the way, on the right there. They're eagerly waiting their competition for the lower brackets as well. But it was
supposed to be eating.
I think they are supposed to be. They literally did say they were supposed to be eating. Did they bring the food back?
I think that's food.
That's gotta be food. Okay, you gotta eat first. By the way, if you're at a local or land, you should eat.
Please
Eating is important. Take that as you will. Loser semifinals, map number 2 about to be Q-Drain. Custom E leader from Live, just a flexible pick. Now they got the Kraken option. It is gonna be, I believe that was Crow. Yes, Crow's gonna be on the sticker stamper. So that's the one, the Booyah bomb. Excuse me. Almost at the actual local title. Anything to make out of the minor comp changes that we see.
I'm excited to see some beacons. Beacons are pretty funny right now. You know, even you have Cooler as well, which makes beacons extra funny. And, you know, when it comes to tower control, where the name of the game is to keep it forward, you don't want to give up space if you don't have to. And so beacons and Cooler giving you the opportunity to just keep fighting, keep holding the line, and Owame on that tower of trying to move that forward. 2 members of their team down, you know, having to deal with Noodles. Noodles recapping that tower, but realistically not for long. Owame is back on it with no help at all. That being said, the Dynamo is something.
Right. And I'm gonna be intrigued to see how this Dynamo, a very heavily buffed Dynamo, I will say, how that pretty much delivers 4 golden ops. They were able to do so from the one stream match we saw earlier. Want to see if they can do the same. Right on cue. Coffee gets one, but it is going to go down on their own. That is going to lead the opening here for UCSD Esports Gold to take advantage. Nerdy Adam using that crab tank there. Dano is so low right now. Literal 1, but it's still going to stay alive just barely. But the first checkpoint is about to be breached here. That is going to be Nerdy Adam dropping that as well. Narcotic is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The third member drops. That is Lob that drops as well. Golden Octos does hold the line. The first checkpoint is not cleared here, Skev. Both teams have not gotten a checkpoint a minute and 15 seconds in.
Yeah, and Owame managing to jump out there, not sacrificing their Cooler, which is going to be UCSD Esports Gold in order to start, you know, trying to figure out how they want to reapproach this, right?
Yep.
They do have that blaster for the AO. Oh my gosh, Lob, you don't need to be like that. Spare them.
Just spare them maybe for about a second, and then you can, and then just beat them right between the eyes with that. As we do can see that, the kind of almost a brawly set of games. Both teams just trying to go full aggro, to say the least, and it's almost leading to picks happening across the board. This is pretty much as aggressive as both teams can get, and the tower is stuck in a neutral state. Somehow we get a breather in spite of all that. NATO's just completely caught out there, and Golden Octos can't really push forward. But unbelievably, Skep, I'm trying to remember the last time I'm seeing a Hagelfish TC game where the first checkpoint hasn't been cleared in more than 2 minutes in, and this might be the first in a while for me.
And they both teams having such a together trying to figure out how they want to defend, but what on earth just happened? Was that the crab AoE from
It might have been.
Tower?
It might have been, and it could have been a few bombs thrown into the mixture. Either way, that is the official wipeout, and now Owame and Darkrai now in position. It's going to be Owame, the one riding the tower unbelievably as the Tri-Slosher. NATO is trying to understand the assignment as well, but they are going to get traded. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Will this be the first checkpoint? Will this be the first checkpoint? And Love somehow misses Coffee, but Coffee is going to go down. Nerdy Adam does clean that one up, and this might be the first checkpoint cleared. The answer is yes. The first checkpoint finally cleared 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and Crow barely alive right now, but Adam is going to be dropped by the end of it. Kind of a very messy fight, so to say the least here, Skep. UCSD Esports Gold is done. Go ahead.
NATO hit somebody on that left side. Was that a beacon or was that an opponent? It looks like they hit them and then they just kept going.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there's the cooler out from Coffee, so finally Golden Octos is going to have an opportunity to try and get to that second checkpoint, but they're going to need to deal with that blaster if they want to have their toes on that tower. Noodles almost gets that bubble and avoids the whole problem with the blast there, but realistically, that bubble is gone by the time they are at that first track. Love trying to get the pick, but everyone knows where they are. There comes the Booyah bomb to that top right. And this is, I think, a lead for Golden Octos.
Golden Octos coming in huge with that lead about right there, and it's about 40 points remaining. Now approaching checkpoint number 2. NATO, by the way, half health, is slowly regenerating some health right now, but is trying to use the Simcast, is trying to see if they get Adam. That's a huge find. That's Adam is dropped. By the way, the second checkpoint also clear. That's a couple more picks. That's 3 members down from the UCSD Esports Gold. This could be the KO. They're moving right up. That's the Wave Wipe. That's going to be the KO, and that's Golden Octos going to be tying up the set 1-1 in loser semifinals.
From a stall for 2.5 minutes in mid.
Yup.
To a 100-0 push from Golden Octos.
Yeah.
You didn't think it could happen.
No.
I didn't think it could happen.
I don't think many of us did either, but I mean, the other player I wanted to highlight, I don't think I even got to that point, was NATO. Octobrush got the player on the Octobrush. Luna was, by the way, here before you hopped in, saying they were up against this same Golden Octos team, and they were afraid of the Octobrush.
I actually spoke to her about that.
Yeah, exactly, and it was who was the team who was the player that terrified her the most? It was the Octobrush player from Golden Octos, and that was NATO. NATO, I think, came up with a huge pick in the Dirty Atom to keep sustaining, and then pretty much everything broke loose.
I was talking to her during Luge's quarters in the stands.
Yeah.
And they were like, hey, "You're not gonna believe this." This is not her phrasing.
Yeah,
I'm
sure,
not
sure.
putting words in her mouth.
Sure.
But this was what I took away from the conversation. Golden Octos took a game off us. We were not ready. And I was like, "What did they eat this morning? Can I have some? I needed it today." Like.
I think I needed it. I needed it today too. I'm pretty much right on. Actually, what's funny part is my energy is still up. I just didn't sleep particularly that well. I blame the bed at the place I'm staying in. I'm not gonna say where. But the whole point is, yeah, I wish I had whatever Golden Octos was having, because we just talked about at the top of the set. They were on a massive heater. They already tied up this 1-1, and this team is just playing on a whole nother level. Can they keep this up? Gonna be the big question, because as we go out to queue right into Game 3, even about 40 seconds from now, that would be Undertow Rainmaker coming up.
It's like jelly squids, right?
Right.
Like love jelly squids. Please, I know this is coming across a certain kind of way, but please know that I have massive respect for you. But they've been like, what, Div 5, Div 4 for 3,000 years?
Probably still unfortunately counting.
You know, like, you love to see that, where, like, just players that you're like, okay, like, I respect them, like...
Yep.
You know, but then they wake up one morning and it's just like, where did this come from? Did you, like, speak to God overnight? Like, what happened?
You know, I want to have whatever Golden Octos had throughout the entire day. If this is the thing that can help me lock in for any local or LAN, I want to have whatever they're having. That's for sure. Game 3 is going to be the one coming up. I will fully agree with this one. Nerdy, by the way, going to their all-star T-Tech. Live actually switched over to the splatter scope. That's the one with the ink vac here, and now somewhat standard setup here for Golden Octos from what we see. That's actually kind of intriguing from UCSD.
I think that vac might help them deal with the Dynamo. Perhaps, you know, the strikes, but realistically, I mean, NATO coming in, I think Zipcaster is a little bit faster than the ink vac last time I checked. Speaking of NATO, on that left side, does manage to get the pick on. I believe that was the blaster, yeah. And Iwame halfway cooler. So, beautiful pick there. From the Charger, a lob onto that Octobrush that has been giving them such significant problems. You see that ink vac is also ready to go. Dealing with that Rainmaker, going to be able to push that left side. Once these strikes are out, Golden Octos is out of those specials. 1-for-1 trade on either side as NATO tries to see what they can get away with. And oh my gosh, making the space for Copy.
And allowing Copy to get one, and that is still somehow a neutral game. 50 seconds into this one. Nobody picking up this Rainmaker at all. Darkheart trying to get a little greedy there, getting caught by NATO. NATO takes out two. Now the Rainmaker is going to get picked up there, pushed into the left-hand side. They're going left, but that's going to be them being picked up there. Lob adjusted the angle of that ink vac. They deal with that dynamo exactly what you described. Throws it there into distance. Somehow that is not points on the board, by the way. I just realized that. They only went on the other side. That is going to be delayed wipe, by the way, as UCSD Esports Gold, they get that delayed wipe. Now they're going to be the one pushing left.
Yeah, and they're really left. You know, it's long enough to give a gold knock. You know, and here come those strikes, but, you know, we have cooler. We gave them enough time for them to get the strikes out. Now this bubble is probably going to step ahead of the throw point, get that down their check, but not before NATO has anything to say about it. And everybody else is out of spawn anyway by the time that comes out.
Yeah, and Nerdy Adams, the only one that was basically just there because the rest of the team kind of falls suit with them.
my God.
And that's Coffee with the pig. That's the wipeout. That's the push that finally stalls there. UCSD Esports Gold, they don't even get a checkpoint out of that. They pushed left originally. Now it's going to be Golnato's going to do the exact same thing, but Adams and Darkrai, actually Darkrai is in a slightly different position. They got to execute this flank right on time, but they are getting stumped out there by NATO. Doodles is right there. They're trying to push forward with that Junior. They get the trade onto Ame. Either way, that's the lead. That's the checkpoint being cleared, and Skep, things are looking up here for Golden Octos.
Golden Octos is just playing at the Octobrus's pace. They are playing so fast.
Yes.
If NATO has the inclination to start taking steps forwards, the rest of the team is there. And that's what's letting them take space so quickly and play objective. It's beautiful.
And by enabling NATO to play with pace and letting NATO do what they need to do, it's exactly how Golden Octos gets down to that 24 points range. They were just going full aggression the entire way through, but now does UCSD Esports Gold have an answer? That's the big question. They got two specials available right now. One of them being the ink back here. They do eliminate two out of the board. That's, I believe, a delayed wipe if I'm not mistaken there, and that is going to be UCSD Esports Gold. Stubbornly going to the left-hand side of the map. Everybody's going to be rotating left. They know that this is happening. But can Coffee get a critical pick on Nuame? The answer is no. Checkpoints have been cleared. Both teams have cleared through their checkpoints here, Scap.
But now we have strikes coming out as we're grabbing the Rainmaker.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Wait! They're gonna grab here. It's just Noodles. Noodles doesn't get the pick.
Oh no!
Wame's pulling lead here. Here comes Coffee. Does manage to get the pick on the Rainmaker, preventing this from being worse. But regardless, UCSD Esports Gold has pulled lead, and now they're fighting with Pop with an Octobrush. That's just not going to happen. Run! You're gonna die.
Oh no! They all just went down all in quick succession here. They're trying to navigate to the other side. It's just a 1-for-1. It's Bucket versus Bucket. Uame versus Crow. Who wins this duel? It is both teams low on health. Crow gets the better range because of course it is. And that Rainmaker bubble finally explodes. That push from UCSD Esports Gold down to 6 points remain, Skep. That was a huge turnaround.
It absolutely was. And now there's a minute left in the game. They're 1-1. Someone wants to pull lead here and make things a little bit more dicey for the rest of the set. So getting these picks on Golden Octos is huge because the longer they're down, the less opportunity they have to try and go for a push. NATO's jump is camped between the back and the bucket. And so Uame, realistically alone in mid besides Love back there, now Nerdy out of swimming in, but they have all of this space under their control. Golden Octos needs to make some sort of choice, and they need to have the players alive. Having the backline off the table is huge for them.
And right now, the focus is going to matter right now for you. Golden Octos, I was going to say, it's going to probably come down to their pacing, but Noodles is the last one alive. It's only one member alive, being Coffee, and Coffee is just going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're going to be eliminated. That should be the game here. They're just going to protect this Rainmaker bubble where it stands, unless NATO has other ideas. Actually, they might be able to get the bomb. They may be able to pick up this Rainmaker quickly. They got a second to do it. Noodles can be the one in Rainmaker duty here to hold this one off. Two members have gone down. So did Nerdy Adam. Lob is the only one that's alive. Noodles is the one picking up this Rainmaker for dear life. They still have a lot of overtime timer left. I think I would have to see the clock here to see how much they have left on this Rainmaker. I think they have about 50 seconds. They lose two. Noodles has to stay alive for as much as they can. They know that this is going to operate as a beacon for UCSD Esports Gold to keep this one going. Noodles is holding on to this Rainmaker. They got to wait for everybody to just jump in. The trip tricks are going to get burned. They're trying to move forward. NATO is going to go down again. Noodles holding on to this one for dear life, but it's going to probably be the end to this one. Noodles is just going to get cut down. Valiant effort, though, at the very end from Golden Octos. And Skep, UCSD Esports Gold, one game away from advancing to losers finals.
That push to 6 remaining was dirty.
Yep.
Because in order for them, 6 is, I believe, the final checkpoint.
Yep.
So they have to, swim up that checkpoint, and that's just so hard. I mean, it is Undertow, anything could happen, and it is Rainmaker, right? We say it all the time.
Of course.
But that's such a... That's a lot of pressure. I felt the pressure from here. Maybe I'm projecting.
You play in high pressure situations. I did for Riptide as well. So no, I absolutely get it. And we know things that the audience don't know. They have definitely screwed up the camera. The camera. We might have a little bit of extra time to cover that one. But that push, by the way, with 3 members down from what was it? Golden Octos going 3 down when the checkpoint got cleared from UCSD. Like the worst timing ever.
Yeah.
Because UCSD had all the control on the board.
Right.
To just push forward, and now because it was 6 points remaining.
Right, those
you got to make it all count
the
at the end.
strikes coming out from the slosher, I think Crow on Golden Octos, right? Those strikes coming
Yep.
out, and then at that moment, I think they died to a Booyah.
Yep.
That timing of it, and then the respawn where they drop into the Rainmaker pop. I understand how scary that is. 'Cause
Yeah,
you
for sure.
You don't want to let them pop because then they're gonna get paint. They're right next to the checkpoint. But realistically, I mean, UCSD, they have like a lot more DPS
Definitely.
to work with.
Definitely. We are going to get a little bit of extra time here because for those who may not be fully aware, they swapped one of the spec cams into the active player slot for
Someone
for
must have
Golden Octos.
DC'd.
Yeah, someone decided to
Hit the table.
yeah, the little tier. Hey, you're gonna have to. Hey, production crew, you're gonna have to play for. You're gonna have to pinch it in short notice. I hate to break it to you. See what you can do. See what you can do in 2 seconds.
I hope your gaming's as good as your spec cam, Toshi.
Yeah, but that's why we're gonna have a little bit of delay. But Scott, this has been quite an entertaining set, and I could realistically see this going to 5 games, actually.
Yeah, I definitely see it going to 5 games. I don't.
I might have cursed them, by the way. Just putting that out there. Blame me for that.
Okay, so Inkblot is
Yep.
the plat. I think underneath basket, it is relatively claustrophobic, and people do kind of have to fight their instinct to drop on it. And with it being that claustrophobic, when you have a comp that has a lot of chip damage, you can really benefit from that because it's such a small space. We're having lights turned on.
Yeah, it is now. If this was Arizona, we would have probably been outside in the sunset.
My eyes will adjust shortly.
Yeah, so also pull the curtain here. We're getting the lights turned on because it is now officially evening time. I'll be able to manage. Oh, the production group was like, wait a minute, how do lights work for a hot second? Lights are mythical to say the least. Is it me or where did Mimikyu come from the center chair?
That was 5th gens. I've seen them carrying it around.
I see. I just noticed it because I'm used to the close-up where there's all the small fries and then the Kirby plushes up front. I'm like, wait a minute.
Can they hear us down there?
I don't think that. So if
Chat, can you hear us? Put your hands in the air if you can hear us.
Nope. They probably can't.
No, they can't.
No. we might be hot mic'd by losers finals anyway. We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Yeah. So now we are here. Here we go in Inkblot clams. I think actually it's gonna be the same weapons. Actually no. No, it's different weapons. I was about to say same weapons just from preview a couple maps ago. Lava's back on the custom leader for this one. That's I think the primary change I've noticed.
Yeah, speaking of a claustrophobic area, that Kraken getting on that plat can be just as annoying. The vac was probably just for Rainmaker specific.
Yeah.
Quick cooler out here from the slosher there on the side of UCSD down in mid. They're going to work their way up with that, and it's just coffee there on the left side, and Nerdy Adam gets that pick.
Yeah, Nerdy Adam getting the immediate pick there, but I think both teams right now are understanding we just gotta collect some clams here. Both teams are kind of just trading so far, so both teams get a good feel for each other. Crow's trying to look for the entrance point, but Adam has other ideas. It's the 2 members down, so no power clam to speak of quite yet. No ground has been gained here. Noodle's taking spawns a power clam of their own, but I mean, so far Skep kind of stuck into this neutral gamer for the first 50 seconds.
Yeah, NATO going in and getting a very good pick on that bottom left side, meaning that Golden Octos can start threatening that plat, and here's going to be the chip damage that they have to deal with. Getting the pick on Coffee does take down a lot of that, splash area AoE nonsense that they can take advantage of, but NATO here having 7 clams, being directly above everyone. I think someone grabs the clam. Oh no, okay. So NATO does have the clam, does get that dunk. Everything's everywhere.
A lot of chaos unfolded. So I think what ended up happening there, to succinctly say, is that Coffee I think was one that picked up the power clam first, but then got splatted literally at the last second, which dropped the power clam. They going out stuck in a scramble situation, and then they realized they could only just get the one and done push. It's a free power clam for UCSD Esports Gold. They also spawn one for themselves. They lose 2, by the way. Golden Octos, they lose 3. This is gonna be the barrier broken. This is gonna be the immediate lead change here. The question is, how many more points can they get out of this one? They cash in an additional 5 small clams. Lob has a couple more. Then decide to burn the Kraken to protect themselves. I think they're gonna jump this power clam right now into that Kraken area. Lob, by the way, I think found that Kraken after the jump was initiated, so that was smart of them. And that cashed in, then 42 points remaining. 3 members did go
my
down.
God.
That is Nerdy Adam. That is, by the way, going to get a pick, but that's not going to lead to additional points on the board. But more importantly, Skep, that is UCSC Esports Gold taking the lead.
Right, and that's exactly where they want to be. Is if they win this year, they go ahead and rematch their sister team from UCSC. So this is important, right? You got to show that the current gamers are better than those old, retired, graduated, gamers, right?
Yep. Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure UCSC Esports will have something to say. By the way, NATO is trying to run through with that power claim, trying to save it for the team, but they do lose 3. But there's no power claim in sight. It's no harm, no foul quite yet, unless they start to lose ground quickly. But let's say no power claim, sort of to speak up here. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left to go in this one here. Skep still very neutral so far, and that free claim still stuck there for Golanathos. Golanathos is still trying to make something happen. That's NATO. That's the backline drop. That's the Uami that drops as well, and that is 3 members down from UCSC Esports Golden. But Adam is lurking large, and he's able to take out Crow on the other side. That was a great play by NATO, but Adam is going to try to flank. It's actually going to caught them all by surprise. But here's the problem: there is no additional clams. Exactly what you called out. It wasn't worth it. If someone picks up the free clam, that is going to spawn an additional one. They could very well do it here, but no, they will not. They're going to keep the free clam as it stands. So all that it did, Skep, it only just took out 10 penalty points, nothing more than that.
Well, I mean, realistically, if they score any more power clams from here, it does extend their lead. But yeah, with that, you do risk giving the opponent an additional power clam to work with. And their lead is not that massive, right?
No. Definitely not. Like it's what a couple power clams and then maybe a few small ones. Sure, it's the kind of a multiple power clam situation, but it isn't going to net to much so far. So we're waiting to see how this all materializes here. I mean, Skep, 2-for-2 trade right now. No one really gained a power claim, so to speak. It gives us time. What does Golanathos really need to do? Nados has dropped, by the way. Lob might be chasing for Crow, and right now UCSC Esports goes out lane. And what does Golanathos have to do quickly here with 53 seconds left here, Skep?
Noodles is in their bats right now.
Yeah. That's a ninja jump. That Noodles is right there in bats. That's gonna be the immediate quick cash, and you exactly called that out. But that's all. But UCSC Esports Gold were quickly recognized it, and all it led to was 70 points remaining, and all the jumps are officially punished. And was that the free clam as well? That is I don't see it. Yeah, that's the free clam. That was pretty much their only opportunity. Now they gotta spawn a power clam naturally here. And Skep, that was the Golanathos sneak push didn't work.
No. I think the bubble came out too late. Because, you know, you see someone on Shell reacted quickly enough to turn back towards their bats and be like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Mods, come check this. Tornado coming in, does get the... I thought they were going to get that pick for sure on Love, but does not manage to do so.
They need a power clam.
Incredible pick there. Yeah, Noodles does manage to form and get the dunk, but who on earth is going to follow up with that? Everybody's coming out of spawn, and there's just simply no jumps. There's no time.
Yeah, there's
GG.
That's no time. That's GG's. That's UCSC. No, I don't think they don't have a chance. They got slowed down by a lot. That is going to be UCSC Esports Gold. They hold off Golanathos. That ends a spectacular run, honestly, from Golanathos. But UCSC Esports Gold rematch time against Dave's Hotties coming up here, and that was quite a very entertaining set for even with that scoreline.
I think we did jinx it.
I did.
Shame on you.
This is why I should not open my mouth with predictions sometimes.
Who put you on commentary? Rice. Rice. There's an imposter among us.
Oh no. Skep's trying to get me out of here. No more jinxes for me.
Well, we're gonna have somebody up here to interview shortly.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're gonna probably borrow them real quickly because I think we are at the stretch. I think all the TLs would know that that there's only, I believe, one active station. I think, not set. I'm thinking online.
I cannot believe.
Yeah.
How efficient these people are.
Yeah. No kidding.
You know, the TOs have been wonderful enough to host me, which has been lovely. I'm staying with Annie. And they were like, hey, listen, we're getting up at 6:30. 6:30?
6:30?
I know.
What?
Rice's people got up earlier.
What up? We'll try to make this quick for you. Wear the headset. You can pick any of the seats here.
Which one are you? Turn around.
That's Nerdy Adam, right?
All right.
You are the Nerdy Adam. There you go.
Nice to meet you, gamer.
Nice to meet you. We'll try to make this quick for you because I know Losers Finals is going to be queuing up here eventually. Here, let's get you on the headset.
Okay. Oh, whoa, this is cool.
You'll
Yeah.
be able to hear yourself.
You'll
so
be
Yeah. Oh, this is nice.
Yeah.
All calm now.
Welcome. You're calm.
Oh.
You weren't called before.
No, man. I don't know if you guys saw, but we had the nerves, and then before the set, me and my buddy Michael, we just popped some push-ups. And then,
I saw that.
I got it on
Yeah.
camera. You want to
So-
see?
yeah.
So-
honestly.
So why the push-ups before? So the people in the chat didn't know what was the 2 push-up story there.
The push-up story. So wait, let me check this out. Yeah, we're good in push-ups. So we did a tournament, same like UCSD Gold, back in last year in April, I want to say, and we did it was some intense sets, and we're so nervous, and I was like, me and Owame were like, yo, we gotta do something. I feel like I want to move, and then we did push-ups, and we ended up going farther than we could have imagined. I think that might have been to this day the best LAN tournament performance I've had. In terms of just reaction times, because your blood is pumping, you know?
For sure.
Your blood is pumping, you're getting nutrients fast, and you just get those activations in your head, you know? So we're like, let's just do it again, and it worked. Yeah, we had a lot more responsiveness from everyone, talking more, a lot more. I don't know, just it wasn't just me holding the steering wheel, you know? Everyone had a role to play, and everyone played it out really well. So I was really proud of them.
How are you guys genuinely feeling after that set? That was actually a lot. I felt like that was a very tense and very close set.
Yes,
despite the score. How are you guys feeling now?
Most definitely. No, we're honestly keeping up the momentum here. We just want to keep the ball. We might see us do another set of push-ups before the set.
I was gonna ask.
Because we really are determined to take it as far as we can. Seeing as the 2 new players on our team are really relatively new to the comp scene, so I kind of want to push them beyond to what they think, and kind of give them that result, or give them that inspiration and guidance, just to kind of push up, you know?
Yeah. How do you feel fighting against your seniors next set? Again.
Again.
You know what's funny about that is that one of them is a traitor.
Blaster, right?
Blaster's a little traitor, man. He's he's supposed to be playing with us, but obviously it's we have a 5-man roster. I was like, it's fine, you know, we're having fun. We'll go as the school team, and he'll have his fun with Dave's hotties. But yeah, Goat Child is the most notable one for me, and it just feels so weird now looking back at it, with just time passing by, everyone everyone moving at their own pace, and Goat Child is just doing her own thing now, and it feels so weird playing with someone who's on your team. But still, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but it's LeBron versus I don't know if it was Kyrie or something, but
yeah.
It's when your teammates on another team, but when you're against each other, it's business, you know, you gotta
Yeah.
lock in. So
I 100% get it. One quick question here before we probably need to get you back downstairs.
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
with the push-up ritual.
Yeah.
I want to talk about UCSC Esports Gold, because I know
Yeah.
Gold Child recently graduated. I believe recently graduated
Yes,
this
yes,
past year.
very recently.
You're having to rebuild kind of from I wouldn't say rebuild. You're having to get new people to join your team from the trenches,
Yeah.
especially with a team that's been historically Division 1 in CCA. So
Yeah.
how do you build upon? How do you keep this program running?
honestly, I'm still keeping up the I say rigorous training, but yeah, I try not to, because of course we're still a school and we have to prioritize our academics. So I try to teach these guys just a balance. I think that's what kind of we're working on, is do this first, and then if we play Splatoon for these X amount of hours, we usually do 2 or 1. We just play your heart out. Those are the only 2 hours you kind of have in the day, and that's the only time you get to play. So it's if you don't play ever again, play your heart out. So I would say we're still trying to keep up that little training, solo queue, scrims. We're all separately doing our own little looty teams, ball up top,
Yup.
you know. Then we're with what is Origin Pulse, or he's on he's with a group of people, and then there's a Blaster with his team, and everyone's doing their own thing. So although we don't get to play together all that much, we definitely we still have our mechs warmed up and stuff. We're all still playing the game together, having fun. So I think that's what's the most important, is team bonding. I think that's what a lot of people kind of neglect a lot when you're in a team, is you want to be comfortable with these people. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
What's your favorite team bonding activity?
So we go to Raising Canes. That's what we did.
That's why Kenya Essentials here.
We go to Kenya Essentials night. I'm a little saddened. I want Kenya Essentials, but it's Dave's Hotties. Dave's Hot Chicken. But yeah, we usually
I didn't know that was the joke.
Yeah, it's like a baby. It's like the sister team of like Kenya Essential. So I don't know. We find ourselves eating a lot of fried chicken and just having laughs. And then after we get ice cream, gotta you can't go out and not have ice cream. There's always room for dessert.
Chicken and waffles.
That you
gotta try that.
I kind of sleep on that one. I'm not gonna lie. Chicken and waffles just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know.
Put ice cream on the waffle, then you make it into a taco.
Okay, you know what? That's pretty valid. I like that.
Yeah.
But
I think we gotta start wrapping up. We gotta
All right,
get you out of here. We gotta get you out of here.
Okay, go. Okay, nice
Go,
to you.
go.
Have a
We'll
good
see. Nerdy Adam, go quickly. We gotta get Nerdy Adam out of here. I think that might be because of Golden Octo Sauce. I think that might be officially your last set, pending.
Nato, you should have tried harder.
Right, Nato's gonna be trying hard.
You're good stuff today.
Yes, I think Nato will be coming up here probably soon. Nato's gonna be doing losers final with me. Scap, it was great working with you though. Unless they change it last minute on us, but either way, it's been awesome working with you. You know it. Yeah, I
Stay
love
out
it.
of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Quick break. We'll try to make this really quick. When we come back, losers finals will be here in a few seconds. We'll see you in a bit. I think. Unless, yeah, there you go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Losers Finals here at the Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast. Couple sets away to crown a champion of Booyah Bay and get that LCS ticket in. My name is Kyon.
I'm
Thrilled to
Nato.
be joined by Nato. Yeah, exactly. How are you doing?
Doing well, you know, just came off of 4th place match myself, and we had to fight one of these incredibly good teams, UCSD Esports Gold, and they were pulling out all the stops against us, I'll tell you that. The leader, the T-Tech, the bucket, everything, every single kit in the arsenal was on stage today, and I think we're going to have a really good showing between these two teams here, UCSD Esports Gold, and also it will be Dave's Hotties on the other side who are coming from the winner's side.
Yeah, Dave's Hotties is going to be the team that just lost to Shark, the team that I think a lot of people have eyes on for being being the team to beat here. And yeah, UCSD Esports Gold derailed your run, but now it's their turn to see if they can keep that momentum going. We just had that post-game interview with Nerdy Adam to see how they can get this award belt. It was push-ups. Let's see if the push-ups trend continues on because we are entering Losers Finals. Game 1 is going to be Ramen Zones, and let's see how this game starts off. Once again, it's going to be Dave's UCSD Esports Gold is going to be on the golden side. Blue side is going to be Dave's Hotties. We take a look at the weapons here to get things started. What strikes out to you here, Nato?
It's definitely the leader. Lab picked that against us last time, and they are absolutely insane with it. They know how to hit the angles from across the stage, but interestingly enough, on the other side, that is the pen coming out from Goatchild, who I know can also run leader if they want to. So really curious to see how this is going to develop here. An already early advantage down to UCSD Esports Gold getting to the show.
Yeah, UCSD Esports Gold, they eliminated the duelies from Dave's Hotties. Want to see how this plays out here, as it's going to be Kanan, by the way, able to get a few picks there, and it's able to win against Nerdy in the 52-gal duel there. It's going to be 79 points remaining, and this could be a chance for Dave's Hotties to get the retake here. That's what they're going to be able to do, and that's going to be 96 points remaining. An initial good start, but Dave's Hotties might be looking for a better push here, Nato.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, Dave's Hotties actually did go 2 down there, and UCSD Esports Gold is just applying the pressure as much as they can. That is a 3 down. We will see a ton of position being taken here. I don't know if they know this player is down here on the right-hand side. I think they vaguely have an idea, but they definitely need to get them out of here to avoid a flank.
Yeah, and Kanan's able to try to get a few damages onto Nerdy Adam. Nerdy Adam's in danger and is going to be snuffed out entirely, and that will be the chance for UCSD Esports Gold to still get a little bit more points on the board. But even then, it's Dave's Hotties with the quick retake. 2 members already down, and that is still materializing a bit here for Dave's Hotties, as they're going to be able to penalty points here. They got a crab tank that is ready to go if they want to use it. They did lose the Mel's. All that being said and done, this back and forth action here, Nato, nobody really gaining an inch from their opposition.
Kyon, it's so incredibly close. It's been a minute and a half, and we're within 4 points of each other, but that is 3 down on the side of UCSD Esports Gold. And the important thing is here, they do not have a flanker. Take a look here. The closest person is Nerdy Adam, who's passing underneath. Zeal needs to get this pick, and they do. This will be a very big holdout on the side of Dave's Hotties for sure.
And Dave's Hotties will be able to swipe lead the exact same way. It's going to be Blaster, Zeal, and Goldchild. They're all formed 3 in front here, with Kanan trying to catch any stragglers from the right-hand side, trying to see if they can do anything about them. But UCSD Esports Gold still trying to play with all their power. They do get a cap of the zone. Now, Clear's being dished out. Trip Strike's being thrown right towards the plat there, and Kanan, I think that jump got punished because of the Trip Strike that was there. Darkray is going to drop as well. 2 members have gone down on both sides of the fence. UCSD Esports Gold is only going to lose control for just a tiny bit here. Nato, this still is a decent opportunity for UCSD Esports Gold. Dave's Hotties looking for the response.
Yeah, UCSD Esports Gold is probably going to get the lead here unless they can get 1 or 2 picks, and the answer has happened. Blaster is already down. They do get the lead, but there are now 3 down on the side of UCSD Esports Gold. This is going to go right back towards Dave Hotties.
Right back to Dave's Hotties. At the same time, Goldchild and Kanan is going to be in that decent position here. Blaster, by the way, the one on Dooley's duty here, still trying to see if they can make this one count. As I take a look at the specials available, it's just going to be advantage UCSD Esports Gold. They got the Wave Breaker, they got the Trip Strike, both burned right away, but Dave's Hotties loses zones at a critical moment. The cap finally there. They add more penalty points on the board. 2 members down from UCSD Esports Gold. Back and forth we go right now here, Nato. Dave's Hotties still gains a quick retake of that one. Blaster Burner down to a 3rd health. even so here, NATO, it's Dave's Hottie Silver taking control. They might be getting a lead change here. Maybe that pick against Blaster is going to slow them down.
Yeah, you know, the pick on Blaster is a big deal because Doolies is a very annoying weapon that will always be in your face because they're so hard to kill. However, here, now that they got them down, Zeal's looking to come out huge and able to get Nerdy Adam, and another one goes down. I don't think anyone is going to risk jumping in this bubble here. That is lead swap in favor of Dave's Hotties, and you know, they could be pushing to knockout here if they play their cards right.
If they play their card right, but I think they should be able to. The only chance that UCSC Esports Gold has is the Trip Strikes immediately burn. They realize the time is not going to be in their favor. They have to throw everything. The entire kitchen snake was thrown just before penalty points. Dave's Hotties has a lot of room to work with. There are 2 downs on both sides. Blaster wins the duel against Darkrai, and they're trying to move up to Nerdy Adam. Nerdy Adam has to drop to lower ground on top of it. UCSC Esports Gold, less than a minute to go here. NATO, this is their chance to strike.
You know, Nerdy Adam has done such a good job this entire set, this entire game, and honestly this entire day timing their triple strikes. The problem is, if you are getting picked out at an angle from Goatchild, then that is another painter that you just can't use to paint the zone. But that is a key pick, I would say, on the pen. On the side of Dave's Hotties, UCSC Esports Gold does not want to get their penalty. Unfortunately, it is applied.
Now here's the thing. They have to consider everything else, not just the man advantage here for Dave's Hotties, but they have to make sure to be able to deal with a lot of paint that Dave's Hotties can throw right into the zone. They only got 17 seconds left to go on the clock. The Doolies are going to be there. They have a crab tank that's ready to go, a hammer and a whale. They got all the specials on lock. This is going to be the one that secures it here. UCSC Esports Gold needs a miracle to push to make this one happen. They throw in the cooler. They throw the trip strikes.
Maybe.
This might be the chance. The
They got
answer
a
is no.
paint.
They do not get the cap whatsoever here, and that's Dave's Hotties taking game 1 here in losers finals.
Man, what a close showing from between those two teams.
Right?
Because, like, I think it all comes down to who wins the skirmishes at the right time, right? Like, we saw Blaster there on the Doolies, just, like, being annoying and, like, keeping them off of the top of their ramp. Because if you're going to paint the zone, you have to be close enough to paint the zone. Maybe if you're a pen, you can back up and paint all the way from the perch area. But generally, if you're a different weapon, you have to be able to do it from the top of the ramp. And if there's a lot of pressure there, you just can't do that. And I think what Dave's Hotties realize is that against this comp, we have to keep them far back enough that they're concerned about coming close to zone. Obviously, everything was a slugfest, and it'll be really curious to see if they make any adjustments between the game 2.
The adjustments in the game 2, now that you're catching up to the program, is that the rest of the sets we're going to have here are all counter picks the rest of the way. That's the big thing. So there is an opportunity for UCSC Esports Gold to play a map that would benefit them. Obviously would be a detriment to Dave's Hotties.
Yeah.
We take a look at the read here. You know Goatchild has been a backline extraordinaire. Obviously they can play E-Leader, they can play Pencil. Canuck can just play a multitude of different weapons. Their flavor source has been the 52. Zeal and Blaster. I think I saw Zeal on a nozzle nose. So with UCSC Esports Gold, you pick Umami Ruin Zones, a 2-zone map, much bigger. How does that factor into what UCSD wants to do?
Yeah, I think what UCSD wants to do here is probably slow down the game just a little bit. Like I talked about earlier, Nerdy Adam keeps on getting in these really good, like, off-angle positions, and I think they want to be able to get them into the top, mid, left, and right when it matters, and set up their own backliner, Lav, to be able to have the sight lines across the field to get picks in top mid. Now, you said this earlier, Goatchild as well can also run E-Leader or Pen as well, so it'll be really curious to see if we see an E-Leader battle, or maybe we go both Pen, or maybe there's something completely different going to come out here. We'll see.
I would love to see if anything crazy gets thrown in here. I think with Goatchild being the player that always plays a backline, either Pencil or an E-Leader, I want to see what weapon they want to do against this Dave's Hottie squad, which, again, they had a lot of ways that UCSD Esports Gold. I got to remember that Goatchild's not in UCSD anymore. It's been a while.
Yes.
Well, they just graduated. I literally remember this from the interview. So they got to figure out. Goatchild has a lot of ways to work with this one. UCSD Esports Gold, to what you mentioned, they might want to slow the pace down a little bit. Maybe it's their chance to do it. Their 2 players are still waiting to ready up. So this could be, they might be giving themselves a chance to try to figure out what their game plan is.
Yeah, totally. And it's been a little interesting if you compare this zone's map to the previous one. The 2-zone is obviously the biggest, as you mentioned that earlier, Keon. But the other deal about this one is that you can position yourself behind, the blocks in mid, and you can just shark there if necessary. You can wait there for, as long as you need, short of being knocked out, to just either shark in top mid, or you can shark behind the block leading up to the ramp, or you can go down to useless if you want. There's a lot of options. And I was thinking about this earlier, Keon. Nerdy Adam on the 52, they play opening Gambit. And also, as well, we see a 52 coming out from the other side, but this is not an OG. So we have an OG versus non-OG 52 battle here.
And I've seen this battle once a lot here already with Kanan and Adam winning 52. More often than not, you see Adam winning on some of those duels in specific map situations. That's kind of what I'm wanting to see if Adam can do the exact same magic again. This is UCSC's counter pick. This time, Dave's UCSD is going to be on the gold color side, I believe. That's actually the colors. I was wondering why my colors were getting swapped here. Dave's Hottie's going to be on the blue side. It is going to be gold side for UCSD. We take a look, but with the way this is playing out right now, Blaster does get a few picks. Lob is dropped here from UCSD's end, and right now it is still Blaster and Ghost Child time to strike. Dave's Hottie's, by the way, still moving forward.
Yeah, one thing we didn't talk a lot about was that Blaster's actually playing the Dapples here, and they do have that Reach Slider. Obviously, they cannot capture both zones, the double zone map, but Reach Slider can be really useful because don't forget there's a small ramp area here, and if you can just send it down, like they tried to do, unfortunately got canceled there, it can result in a lot of destruction. But Nerdy Adam again coming out. I think they might still have OG active. Is that a triple from Nerdy Adam going insane here? It is now time for UCSC Esports Gold to hold.
And Adam, by the way, in that aura state, the flow aura state, also got a third pick on top of it. This is still, they still have that active. They could be looking for additional picks down the road, but I think they're going to play this one safe. UCSD Esports Gold, by the way, are still trying to move forward here, as there is that Ultra Sand being used. Will they get picks right now from what I see? The answer doesn't appear to be there quite yet. There's the pick on Nuame, but this is still UCSD Esports Gold. They still have control of both zones right now. This could be a lead change. Blaster cuts down Adam. Indeed, that's a lead change, but not for long here, NATO, because that is going to be the wipeout. 2 zones flip the other direction, and now it's Dave's Hottie's time to strike.
Totally. I think if anything, they might have overheated a little bit there. They knew they were close to swapping the lead, but they've given up a whole lot of space. You already see Kanan and Zeal just waiting there at the base of the ramp, and we're going to have to get a lot of resources out from their opponents in order just to get back in the mid. I'm thinking we're definitely going to see another swap to the lead in the favor of Dave's Hotties here, as Goatchild is just painting over the left-hand side. They're already making a bunch of points, Keon.
And right now, 2-for-2 trade. Any trade favors Dave's Hotties. Both these stretches, that's a huge pick. That's a second pick. Zeal with a huge pick with that Ultra Sam does its job. They're trying to find Uwami, and Uwami's going to get cut down, and that's going to be one member down in that situation. The Respawn's not favoring UCSD Esports Gold anymore. Dave's Hottie might be trying to close this one out here in game number 2, as they are looking to clean out the additional members onto the board. 2 members have dropped, and that is going to be Dave's Hotties. They're going to be up 2-0. One more, and a Dave against Sharks for grand finals.
Oh my goodness, that was a insane showing from the side of, honestly, both teams, but Dave's Hotties they got more out of the hold than UCSD Esports Gold did. You said it at the beginning. I think that was the flow aura, the triple that came out from Nerdy Adam. They had the hold on them. They were up on their plat, on their dome, but the difference is that Dave's Hotties was able to clear them way faster than UCSD Esports Gold was. They got them into a multiple down situation, flipped the zone, and then they forced UCSD Esports Gold to stagger as they came out, and that is the dangerous bit. On a map like this where you have to flip both of them in order just to apply the penalty, then, what do you do, right? And I think Dave's Hotties might be slightly regretting their choice here. Do you think they're going to switch modes, right? Because it's been zones twice.
It's UCSD Esports Gold.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, yes. UCSD Esports Gold. Are they going to regret this? Are they going to switch?
So this is the thing where they should, in theory, do it, because it was a closely contested game. Exactly to your point, I think as you mentioned, they got maybe a little too overexcited with their situation, then just completely overinvested themselves into that wipeout situation there. They could be looking for a different mode. I'm waiting to see what the counterpick is going to be here for that third map as well. So here's a little interesting tidbit. While obviously your set was happening in losers bracket, we did see Dave's Hotties against Sharks as well. The only counterpicks that happened were both zones maps as well. We have only seen zones for counterpicks so far in this situation. As we get a shot of the crowd here, they are still not quite invested. I think they will be ready for grand finals. Please be excited out there. Some of them are probably just tired. I'm sure they would just want to eat at some point. But I mean, coming into the stretch, I want to see if they opt to switch modes. I think they're still trying to figure out what's going to work for them. I'm waiting to see what the communication is going to be. I think we are about to see that third map finally show up. It is going to be there it is. First mode change in counterpick. It is Rainmaker Museum. Maybe and to note, if UCSD wins this, they're doing what Dave's Hotties counterpicks the rest of the way.
Yeah, for the rest of the set, I mean, it's either they're out here or Dave's counterpicks is going to take over the rest of the games, right?
Yep.
So they obviously have to win here, but it's interesting to see that they chose Museum of all things. Museum is an interesting map, controversial map sometimes, but it is really interesting because you can get a lot of value out of the drops on this map, right? Like if you're positioned underneath, and obviously like these players do know how to play underneath the drops, if you can get enough chip damage on the people who are up on the plat, they're forced to back up, and that can buy a lot of room for the Rainmaker as you're pushing.
And I want to see what UCSD adjustments here will be, because the player that I've been looking out for has been Adam. Obviously, Uame's has been huge, as well as Darkrai. They both have been supporting everybody else the rest of the way. Love, obviously, the designated backliner. I want to see what they want to dish out in this critical game 3. Again, they're one game. It's gonna be one game away for James Hotties to make it back to Grand Finals, but they're gonna deal with Sharks once again. Can they close this one out? The big question here, as we do get to see the weapon changes here. Hello Pencil, dueling pencils right away, and I do see Nerdion. They're back to their T-Tech as I'm used to seeing. Ready to go has been heard from the crowd. I think the crowd's ready to go.
Yeah, you said this, Keon, but we have pencil on pencil now. I think they just decided the leader is just not working against this composition. We have to switch to something that maybe got a little bit more paint and a little bit more coverage. Uame immediately finds the pick there, although they do get one down. And Kanan here is going for the pencil and is able to get a trade. That's an important trade, and I think we're going to stalemate for just a little bit thanks to that trade.
Yeah, we might. I think we're going to be seeing things maybe solve it. This is going to be disadvantage Dave's Hotties here as it's going to be UCSD Esports goal. They do get a slightly delayed wipeout, probably a little bit too delayed there. That is going to be the Rainmaker picked up. That is going to be UCSD Esports goal. Now, Lava unfortunately has to wait for the spinner to rotate. This is going to buy Dave's Hotties some time to actually be able to get the pick. That spinner did not play friendly there to UCSD Esports goal. They can't get the jump in quite yet. It's only 12 points, and the respawn's not quite favoring them, and it's going to be Kanan. They're going to try to they unfortunately missed the jump. That's going to be okay. Quick little detour. This is going to be a lead change. Lead has been taken, and the checkpoint for Dave's Hotties.
Yeah, good play for Dave's Hotties there not to, lose their minds if they were in a multi-down situation. Nerdy Adam going down is going to be kind of a big deal here as they pick up the Rainmaker. Thankfully, they were not able to get it much further than 42 on the side of Dave's Hotties. But if you're UCSD Esports Gold, you are still battling members on your own flat. You need to get them out first before you can do anything.
And right now, Adam is still just completely jammed in their own base. They're getting picked off here because Kanan is still playing aggro here. They're losing members really, really quickly as an Ultra Sam looming on the other side. Darkrai is stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of painting. Blaster pretty much literal one right now in terms of their health. They're going to finally go down on top of it. This monster bit of a battle for the Rainmaker and UCSD Esports Gold's territory is going to matter much as the Rainmaker's been picked up. They are going to run this one, but not quite past the 42-point marker. This has been Dave's Hotties playing full offense here, and UCSD Esports Gold has been stuck playing defense for 2 minutes here, NATO.
Yeah, Dave's Hotties does not care that they did not get many more points off of that. They want the Rainmaker to stay here because they are consistently getting the picks and the trades that they need. With Zeal here probably just going to pop and just run into the Rainmaker. They're stalling it for good 2 minutes here on the side of their opponent's Blaster gets an incredible kill. What was that?
Blaster found an amazing angle. They're actually still losing 3. This Rainmaker, this could be the KO here if they play their cards right, because that's 3 members down. 2 members are going to be coming out of here shortly here. Kanan trying to rush this one for 21 points remaining, and now this is right within game-winning territory here. Blaster going to use that jump, and they're gutted down to 11 points remaining, and now things are looking really dire for UCSD Esports Gold as they are just having to clean everybody out. Exactly your point. They needed to clean everybody out from Dave's Hotties in their own base. They just simply couldn't, and Dave's Hotties just kept this pressure going. They're delayed 3 down, sure, but Kanan finally got caught out there by Darkrai. NATO, UCSD Esports Gold, that was kind of like, that was the one time they needed to play a strong defense and just not able to take advantage.
It just sort of fell apart over the long game there, and unfortunately for UCSD Esports Gold, they've been sort of realizing that it's been hard for them to win the 1v1s. However, here, if they can get rid of Blaster before they take out the Rainmaker, we're definitely going to see the first checkpoint fall. And now we are talking about Snowball. If your UCSD Esports Gold is not enough just to push to like 40 or 30 here, they essentially need to get they almost need to get under into single-digit territory to just be able to take the lead. But with a pick on Kanan here, that could be a very, very good start.
That pick on Kanan might be able to force Dave's Hotties backwards. Zeal is going to try to go for a sneaky Ultra Stamp toss. It's just not going to find anybody. And now this is UCSD Esports Gold time to shine. They got Zeal out of the picture. They lose. They're going to trade with Darkrai though. So again, slight man disadvantage, but they can't get the jumps in. And it's going to be Kanan. Kanan drops right there. Lava is still holding on to this Rainmaker for dear life, but they lose 2. They can't push much further than that right now. I think they're just going to have to wait for reinforcements. But here's the problem, though. That timer is not going to be kind right now to UCC Esports Gold. The Rainmaker drops, and NATO, this is now the rest of Dave's Hotties. They clean everything up. A minute left to go on the clock, and Dave's Hotties are looking to hold on.
Dave's Hotties did what UCSD Esports Gold couldn't in their push, right? They were able to clear everyone out. Sure, it took a little bit, but they were able to cycle enough people in and out without that Rainmaker getting into a dire location. And already, if you're Dave's Hotties, you don't really need to push at all here. You can just sort of spam in the mid for the longest time, knowing that this map is big enough that you can't immediately push to check out unless to knock out unless they get a wipe here. And if you are on the side of UCC Esports Gold, you're going to have to put together a lot of specials even just to get back on your opponent's platform.
And right now, Nerdy Adams is going to respawn here with about 79 points on that push, down to the 39 because he just went down earlier. So this is going to be the Rainmaker being picked up now. Kanon's going to be... Oh, you saw what Kanon was trying to do. They were trying to go for the Impulsa for the big play stall, but they could not take advantage of it. It's 3 members down.
They have to move
They
now.
have a chance. Now. They have to go now. Lava's going to be the one that picks up this Rainmaker here. There's a pencil. Now they're going to try to race up the other side. This is full coverage here.
need the bubble.
Kanon is still right there. They're trying to look for the flank. This is their chance to strike. The bubble's right there. And Kanon is able to get them down. That was so close. A big opportunity. But Dave's Hotties holds on 3-0. They go on the grand finals from the lower side of the bracket. UCC Esports Gold takes home bronze, though, and at least gets podium by the end, as the victory is showing.
You know, Keon, they almost figured it out at the end, right? Like, they had the wipe. They had all 3 Slayers on the side of UCSD Esports Gold up on their plat, and the bubble was out. They had everything they needed. The problem is the Rainmaker was all the way back in mid, and the only way to get onto the plat in this stage is either jumping across the spinner or going all the way up the ramp, both of which take a long time to get there, and we saw they did the best they could. They swam as quickly as they could with the Rainmaker, but, you know, big map, you know, sometimes it's just not quite enough. But, you know, great showing from UCC Esports Gold. I think moving to Rainmaker was probably a good counter pick because of how Zones was going, and it just didn't quite go their way.
Yeah, and that's exactly. That was a great idea with Rainmaker, but Dave's Hotties just completely cut them out. I think we were about to bring in somebody. Oh, yeah, there we go. Here's our interview.
Yeah.
We got somebody fresh out of. Dave's Hotties was the team. Sorry about that. Feel free to wear the headset. We'll ask you some quick questions. I know Grand Finals is about to be queuing up here. We'll try to make it quick for you. Zeal, how are you feeling? 3-0 against UCSD. Now you're Grand Finals bound.
Feeling good. We placed our seed. That's all I care about.
That's fair. Golden Optos, I'm sure we're probably feeling the same. We're feeling the same way throughout. I mean, you're up against Shark, I believe is the team on Grand Finals. I think we did cover that in Winners Finals. I think that was the matchup.
That was the 03.
Yeah, the 03. I mean, how are you feeling now coming to the Grand Finals? Now, you got a chance.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. At this point, I don't care what happens.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I think the main question that I have is, how did you feel when they decided to go Rainmaker against y'all? Because obviously it wasn't Zones anymore, so they repacked on Rainmaker, but you guys did not care. You immediately pushed to like 11.
Yeah, honestly, it's fine. I think Rainmaker is one of our better modes. We're pretty weak on like TC and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, don't tell your new opponents.
Yeah,
that,
they won't need to know that.
I for sure get it. I know Grand Finals are going to be starting here soon. We'll try to get you downstairs here in just a few quick moments. You're, again, up against Shark. You got to do it twice because there is that bracket reset. How are you guys feeling? You guys, of course, said you guys outperform seed. Are you still trying to get gun for first place? Even
yeah, for sure. We're just gonna let that shit ride.
Pardon your French on that one, but yeah, no kidding on that one. Well, let's get you down. Let's get you downstairs and get you prepped for Grand Finals. Thanks for the quick interview there,
yeah, no problem.
Zeal. And let's see. You can go ahead and head downstairs here. Don't worry about it. NATO, I think it's still us two. I'm waiting to see if they're doing setup right now. I think they are not, but I know. We are gonna have something special here coming into this one.
Oh,
we're gonna get a third person joining us here. Yeah. So
does it start with We Like and end with Rice? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Rice has done a phenomenal amount of work, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Running this event with Anakin was the other one. I'm blanking on probably a third person. I know Weber's around, but I think he's right now back at university.
Yeah.
Currently.
You know, shout out to all our TOs.
Right.
Like there's so much that happens in the foreground, but there's also a lot that happens in the background too, like running all the AV and even just like operating the spec cam and getting people organized to go to the right booths at the right time, and setting up the entire venue, negotiating with the venue, all this stuff. Like, it's an enormous amount of work, Keon, and like we could not be more thankful for our TOs, for our locals here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And huge shouts to Rice and Anakin. I mentioned before throughout my marathon block, to say the least, as well. I'm glad I made it out here. I'm glad my schedule kind of lined out, by the way, to make it out here as well.
Yeah.
I made it to C battle. We didn't even get to chat
we didn't
in
even
that
get to
seat.
talk. I don't know how that happened. We just like I think you were on Mick for a lot of it, and
Yep.
we just like somehow avoided each other. I don't know how. I think
Yep.
I was playing close to the end because we got 4th there as well. So you
Yeah.
know. It's nice to be on mic again after it's been 2 years. I think a little over 2 years since we got to commentate together.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm waiting to see what the cue is. Was that us to keep going? What's up?
Going great.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There we go. So
Let it
we're gonna go to break here. Get the teams prep for grand finals. But when we come back, myself, Nato, and Rice try casting in you guys grand finals the rest of the way. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome everybody to Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast. We are at Grand Finals. We're ready to crown a winner here for this local, and who gets to advance to the LAN Championship Showdown happening in late April. My name is Kyon. 2 people now join me. Nato's still here, but we got Rice joining us as well. Rice, how are you feeling after the rest of the day?
You know, we've been here since 6 a.m. We've been here for 12 hours actually. But you know, pretty good event so far. We are relatively smooth getting things done. We're actually we're sort of on time, you know. Just
only sort of.
I mean,
just a little bit.
Giant new room, amazing AV setup, Rice. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. This has been an incredible event so far from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a lot of improvements from the last one, and it's really exciting. Maps are wrong. Oh,
don't worry. They called you out on that one. They also called you out on the fact that we're going to Hammerhead Bridge Zones, by the way. That's the other map of choice.
Hammerhead Bridge Zones is a weird one, right, Kyo?
Like, I think it's 100% correct. Are they trolling you today? The answer is yes, they are indeed trolling you today. By the way, let's take a look at the teams here. Shark is going to be on the gold side. Blue side is going to be Dave's Hotties. Anything that strikes out to you, either of you guys?
I think the big thing that comes out to me here is the fact that Shark has been running this Luna Blaster comp basically the entire day. They used it against us earlier, and they've sort of been using it through a lot of their matches, and it's gone really, really well because it allows them to get that close-range pressure. However, it's really working out for them now, as already we see a wipeout on the side of Dave's Hotties. What do you think about this, Rice?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting also to see. It's kind of like a triple shooter comp coming out of Dave's Hottie, where, like, you know, Tetra's a little bit of that shooter-type player, but we can see it's kind of snowballing for the side of Dave's Hotties, but the missiles coming out for Sharks gonna let them kind of hold a bit more of this front line while Dave's Hottie's still trying to retake.
Yeah, Dave's Hotties just needs to be able to run back right now. That's Brent, and Shark is just trying to play full aggression. It is Hammerhead Zones after all. It's just pure lockout as Goose does take out Go Child. The Goose has indeed gone loose, and right now it's 20 points for me. They're still in firm place for the lockout here. All it's going to come down to is see if Goose can take eliminate the last members there. Takes out Seal. They're going to go down. It's mutually assured destruction. Who gives a darn? That's a victory there for Shark, and Shark takes home game 1 to kick off Grand Finals.
Yeah, you know, Shark, they've been here before. They've been here. we can see Luna here popping off, but they've been here before. They've been here 2 other times, Grand Finals, starting on Zones Hammerhead. It's tradition at Booyah Bay that we got to start on the bridge.
You know, we got to start on the bridge, and this team, you know, what were they last time? I think they were Address the Elephant in the Room. And the time before that, I don't remember what they were. But this team is like the team to beat at Booyah Bay, right? And they are 4 players who just know how to work together to get the game going really quickly. They like to play fast. They like to get a lot of picks. And we saw that come out in full force in that first game against Dave's Hotties. So, Kyon, do you think they're going to make a counter pick that isn't zones? Because we've seen a million zones counter picks so far. Like, are we finally going to see Rainmaker Sanity like we did last, or we're just going to be full send zones?
If it's anything that I've learned from Winners Finals is it might be zones again, because that's what Dave's Hotties only knew at the time. Maybe sensibility shows here. If they go back to zones, we're gonna have a lot of questions. They go to make
zones. Okay, Rice, did you have to give him like special permission to like run a full zones or something like that?
Okay,
or is it legal?
So for context on Winners Finals, both teams, and this is a personal rule to me, is that if both teams agree, both teams can run zones only. But if you do that, all maps are available.
Okay, I see. So
that's why we
zones next. Clearly, like that's what
Hammerhead was on the map list, by the way.
Yes, it was.
So the funny thing about that one, by the way, was I've casted a lot of Sendu QCs of now. I was like, okay, that's just normal. It was like it immediately clicked in my brain. It's like, wait, I've seen this map before. Of course, it's gonna be lockout heavy as well. And there's a shot of the crowd. The crowd's pretty much just watching the last set of of this entire tournament unfold. UCSD, by the way, represents up front. All right, let's load into zones. And you said they could. I'm sure they may have gentlemen's agreement to zones for all we know. Let's take a look at the weapons here. Again, game 1 over the Sharks here. Two more games, and they'll punch and take the LCS. Anything that strikes out to you as the crowd stays ready to go?
You know, Blaster versus Blaster. Blaster living up to their namesake, and they've also picked Luna Blaster to counter Goose. on the side of Shark here. So really curious to see if that close, very chip damagey aggression will help here.
Yeah, definitely. And we can kind of see on the side of Dave's Hot, they have a lot of paint to work with, taking down Goose early here. Blaster seeing another pick, unable to grab that, but they do get that first zone cap.
The first zone cap belonging to Dave's Hotties, and that's a great start for them right now after how things kind of went in previous go-arounds. And that's two, by the way, 2 members down, but the cooler was picked up. But that is a messy fight, and it leads to 3 members dropping on Dave's Hotties, and nobody has really taken first control of the zone. In fact, that zone has stayed neutral for as long as it did, and that's still advantage Dave's Hotties. Zeal's just trying to run away with their life right now, and they have successfully done so. 71 points remaining and still going down. NATO, a great start for Dave's Hotties, but they got to keep the momentum going if they want to get more points.
Yeah, Shark finally flipping the zone there, getting some much-needed penalty, but Goose is pulling out the hammer. They're not able to get a pick there, but still putting an insane amount of pressure. Zeal does not care. Zeal is going to throw and get multiple picks. Unfortunately for them, Goatchild does have to back up there, as yet again another shot from Swagger the Goat, just killing them with the rain, and again, Swagger Mac and Cheese does not care. Advantage Shark. What are they going to do here, Rice?
Yeah, we can see here Shark having such a strong hold here, and, you know, they did go 2 down to Zeal, but Zeal, we didn't realize that they had Cooler on that death. That's why they could retake so fast. Numbers going down, 2 down on the side of Dave's Hottie. It's gonna be a bit of a dire situation here. Hammer thrown from Zeal, but Keon, what are we gonna see here?
Right now, what you're gonna see is Shark just trying to make sure that Dave's Hottie does not get the chance to attack. There's not really that many specials available from Dave's Hotties. This is their only chance. Zeal is only down to 1 HP. All that Shark needs to do is clean out everybody else, and they're gonna be able to do successfully that. And it's gonna be game 2 over the Shark. They're up 2-0. One more map, they win Booyah Bay. That's Luna showing off for the camera. One more map. They not just win Booyah Bay, they punched their ticket to LCS. They got one more map to do it.
You know, they do. And honestly, the start was really good from Dave's Hotties. They had the zone for way longer than I thought they would, right?
Right.
Like they just Shark could not flip the zone for the longest time, but you called this out earlier. Zeal gets the pick with the hammer, but, you know, Shark doesn't care. Because they're cooler, they're going to jump back in, and they have enough faith in their own ability to win 1v1s that they don't have to, like, sit back and spawn painting for specials or anything like that. They're just going to jump in and win their fights, and we saw exactly that happen. Are they going to, like, what do they do here, Rice? Like, do they change? Do they go away from zones like that was on the map list? Like, is it going to happen? Or are they just going to be, you know, full send it at this point? We're going to stick with zones if we win or lose.
You know, I think it's interesting because Zeal Dave's Hot, Zeal specifically, had such a strong play. You know, they took 2 down with Hammer, but I think the unfortunate thing was that the deaths they had were cooler deaths, while on their side, their deaths, those were not coolered. Exactly. So at the end of the day, I think what happened was just it took them a lot more time and effort to retake and try to get that hold when, you know, in advantage, it's really easy. Even if you do go down, what's cooler, you jump back in, you keep that pressure up, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, Keon, do you think that Dave's Hotties is going to be able to figure out how to win in terms of 1v1s? Like, win the fights that they didn't win previously? Or do you think they're just going to be like, we need to play more at range, we need to slow the game down, we need to wait out the cooler and win that way instead?
I think the issue is you're playing against a very well-known established set of players in what you see with 5th Gen and Lunazuka as well, and obviously the surrounding cast of Goose and Swagger. They're gonna, if you go the more experience you get, you know they're gonna play aggro. So I think you gotta be able to find some of the 1v1 picks, especially there too. I look at Kanan again. Kanan, a fantastic player as well for Dave's Hotties. Wanting to see how this plays out, and again they go over to they go to Barnacle and Dime Zones. They counterpicked Barnacle and Dime Zones in Winners Finals. It ended in a 100-0 against Shark. So, if again the definition of insanity continues to reign supreme, basically in this tournament, as we get an awesome zoom in of the poor big man has kind of fallen a little bit, but the plushies has just been there chilling.
You know, front row seat for our plushies in what might be the last game. One more as we roll out here, Rice. What are we seeing from these 2 amazing teams, Shark and Dave's Hotties? What are their thoughts?
Yeah, we can see here, you know, Sharks sticking with their guns, knowing what they're doing, and we see Dave's Hottie actually switching to that 52 gal.
Yeah, Kanan, they've been playing really well with that so far. And Blaster, unfortunately, we lose them right at the very beginning, which is a little sad as we're looking at the jellies on the far side. A slug from mid here. Zeal, unfortunately, does go down. This is probably going to flip the zone in favor of Shark if Kanon can't find it, and unfortunately, they cannot.
What exactly even happened at the introduction where they just fell out of they just fell into the water? That's kind of a rough start already for James. Hotties just going one down in the first couple of seconds, and that's kind of where things could. That's where Shark can easily take advantage. In fact, they did lose the blaster on top of it, but at what cost? Not really a whole lot right now. Zeal needs to find anything with his ult Sam. The toss has to be there. They do connect on the frozen bro. Now they neutralize control. They eliminate 2. This is a good opportunity now for James Hotties to take advantage. NATO delayed 3. Maybe a good time to strike.
They need to get Luna out of here, and preferably they need to get Luna down before they can charge another cooler. We talked about this earlier, but her coolers have been able to sustain the pushes from Shark. And right now, if you're Dave's Hotties, you like that 2 down. You need to win this fight here against Swagger, and if you're Kanon, you do. Bryce, what do Dave Hotties need to do here to keep this lockout going?
Yeah, Dave's Holly, they just popped this cooler too. They can play very aggressively. We can see, you know, I think the thing with Shark is they're a very aggressive team. So if you're able to take that aggression out from them with Goose, unfortunately, Blaster going down with that Luna Blaster, missiles coming out from 5th gen, it's going to be a bloodbath to try to take that retake, Keon.
Yeah, with the 2 members down, this is not going to really favor them that well. This is going to be a little bit of a small boot-up time. They had to make the jump over to the other side of the map, and it's down 10 points rate. It's still going down. Any few ticks is going to be huge. 1-for-1 trade. They may not have enough payment. They lose 2, but the control flips at the critical time, and that's going to have to buy themselves a little bit more time. Blaster does take out Luna by the end of it, but now they got to chew through these penalty points here. NATO, I don't know how Shark managed to get that retake. They buy themselves some time. Maybe a little bit of a lifeline for that 3-0, but right now, NATO, this is Dave's Hotties' biggest chance to take a map in.
Dave's Hotties is playing like a completely different team here. They have been able to get what they were not able to do in the previous 2 games, which is get Shark down multiple at a time when they either don't have cooler or the cooler is on a slow rotation. However, that doesn't mean that they can sustain it, and they have to keep these picks going up. Zeal is coming up here with the hammer, does not find any value there. Bryce, I think we're going to have just another scrap in mid.
Yeah, we can kind of just see it. It's a constant flip back and forth in mid. There's no one really holding a firm control here. That is 1 down on the side of Dave Hotties, 2 down on Dave Hottie. It's kind of a back and forth between, but Shark having control, they're going to have a lot of sustaining power here, Keon.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of sustaining power here, but now, right, for all the reasons here, James Hottie is still able to retain as much as they can. They're down to the 55 points remaining in their penalty points, but they are going to keep training these zone caps here, 2 for 2 on both ends, and the Sprinkler might be the one that saves James Hottie. How would that MVP Sprinkler, oh my goodness, keeps it alive for just a little bit longer. That is actually additional damage on top of it. That is nuts there, NATO. That Sprinkler might be huge.
You know, Dave's Hotties might still have a huge penalty to shoot through, but you just saw that they were able to take down Luna, which means that that cooler is going to be extremely delayed for the side of Shark. It might not matter as much because they're already 2 down, but it does mean that they will not be coming back quite as fast here as Swagger's able to find 1 pick. Swagger goes down to Kanon on the other side. What are we going to see to transfer this over? Right.
Yeah, we can see here, Kanon's trying to play that Shark angle, but the Luna Blaster from Goose kind of sharks them out, and this is going to be a hold for Shark. There's no penalty points, so that means real points are counting down, and those missiles are going to really stop Dave's Hottie's momentum here, Keon.
Yeah, those missiles being dished out there, forcing Dave's Hotties backwards. Zeal needs to land this Ultrasan, they're not able to find anybody else. Now they're pushed back. They're out of the penalty points. This is their only chance to make this one count. They lose the Blaster, that's 1 member down, and this is going to be a lot of points there. That's going to be 2 members that have dropped. Momentum has shifted in the favor of Shark, and that is, I think, a delayed wipe, and that should be potentially the game here. I think it will 100% be the game, as Shark runs through everything else. The Zuka gets a double, and that's going to be that. Shark are your winners for Booyah Bay Cable Car Coast, and they have punched their ticket to the LAN Championship Showdown in April. What a fantastic performance from Shark.
You know, it is so easy to lose your mind when you are in a multiple down situation. And Shark, they were being forced out so much of that game as we see the joy coming out from the side of Shark as they just put a hammer down on this one. And, you know, it was one team holding. Dave's Hotties had an excellent hold there, but what Shark was able to figure out is if we push them back far enough on our hold, as 5th gens, their missiles came out and they had all of Dave's Hotties sort of backed up in their court there. They can't do anything from that location, right, Rice? Like, I mean, it's just the hold that they had was so incredibly powerful that they were able to convert it.
I also think it's, you know, this is a storyline. I just have to add this as like a storyline. The first LAN championship showdown, Fog City, we had a rendition of Shark in terms of it was Goose, it was Luna, and it was 5th Gen. They didn't have Swagger on the roster. It was just the 3 of them. They had a sub, I believe, I can't remember who their sub was right now, but they did lose kind of early on, and I know after that they were kind of hungry to get a win, and then they won 2 Booyah Bays. You know, LCS comes back again. They want to represent Booyah Bay.
And I think that they just put a hammer down on it there. They said, we are the one who can sweep in finals, and then we can sweep it again. What a showing from Shark. And honestly, good play from Dave's Hotties, too.
Yeah.
They knew if we're going to play zones, we're going to play on a map where we can get the lockout. And they were very close to converting it into a loss for their opponents, right?
And I would have loved to see if Dave's Hottie could have the same, but I think the fact that Shark even got the zones cap with on a 2 down, they lost 2 and they still got the cap, and they gave them an extra lifeline was crazy enough to win this from Shark, and that's how you build that momentum to that 3-0 sweep there in Grand Finals, which basically, you know, they're your winners from Booyah Bay. We had an interview with Luna earlier. I think there's no interview. We're gonna hand them the mic here in just a few moments. I just want to say right now, I know they were excited to take on the winners of other competitors. We're gonna have them take the floor here the rest of the way. My name is Keon. We're gonna send it over to these guys. They're gonna get the mic.
You guys are all going up.
Go talk. You guys talk about. You guys talk. Just it's your first block. It's your first block again.
Yeah. Woo!
Those guys suck.
Hey.
You can say that.
It's just another day of work, baby. That's all I can say.
Start the stream here.
Stream. Hello.
What's up? It's dark out now.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Bro, we were starving halfway through.
She wants me to go home. I'd have 4 slices of pizza today. That's all vegan.
I bought a $20 sandwich. I ate half of it. I had a Monster for breakfast, this Red Bull for lunch, another Monster on stage. I ate this shit on stage. I'm trying to get a Red Bull sponsorship.
I'm trying to make it out. I want to go home. I'm hungry.
You want to go home?
We're going to Chili's. We're getting triple dippers after this.
Yeah.
But that's our 3-peat. Triple dipper for the 3-peat.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Hopefully we'll be out here commentating again, playing again for the next one. But y'all should all come out here to the next one, because like this venue is awesome. We had a good fucking time. We had a good freaking time. I know this event's awesome. Shout out Rice, shout out the production. Dio did a great job.
Dio was working production the entire time.
Yeah,
so.
literally the entire time up here.
Let's go.
He was meowing on the walkie-talkie to people. He was losing his mind.
This is true. I can vouch.
But this was a great event. It was honestly like the best Booyah Bay yet with this venue too. Like there's a whole bar down there. They're serving alcohol. They're serving sandwiches and
if
stuff.
If you're old enough.
If you're old enough.
Not me.
There's a Red Bull cooler up here. I don't know if we're allowed to take it, but I took this. I stole this Red Bull. I'm trying to get a sponsorship, my own case at home. But okay.
Huh?
You want my headset?
Are we taking them off?
Someone give me one headset.
Oh.
Yeah. In the frame.
In the frame.
Kind of.
You two are just gonna be
barely. No, because like partly ours.
All right. So when we give you the trophies, we do need you guys to accept the nomination for the LCS finals. So I need a verbal confirmation from everyone that you accept your nomination. So I'll start with Fitchen. Oh.
Oh.
However you want to do it.
You guys can figure it out.
We can figure it out.
I accept the nomination to be NorCal.
I accept the nomination for NorCal. If I have to.
Oh my God. I accept the nomination for NorCal, and I'm gonna bag that kid.
That kid has it coming.
And that is it.
Wow.
Woo! Yeah, Booyah Bay. 1034, Booyah Bay, 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 bay. Yeah.